alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. Today, I'm so happy to announce our special guest on the show today, Dr. Mikael Ben-Or, who is a world-renowned herbalist and a holistic practitioner. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Peace and blessings to you, your podcast, and everybody who will be tuning in. Peace and blessings to you.
Thank you for joining the show. So, how long did what really got you in on this journey toward becoming herbalist and into holistic practicing?
So, first and foremost, I want to give all praises to the Most High, the God and creator of heaven and earth, because without him, at the end of the day, I wouldn't even be where I'm at today. I do want to make a slight correction. I am not, and I have to put this on record, I am not an actual doctor. Okay. I am a certified herbalist. I am a certified nutritionist, and I'm a detoxification coach. Mm-hmm. I have to make that disclaimer because you know how the people is. But right. How I got started was back in 2015. And I took a peculiar journey where some people who come into the life of herbology or herbalism, they usually come in based upon them going through a sickness and then having to heal themselves, and then later on realize that this is something that they can particularly do. Versus me, I was currently in a relationship that really didn't work out. And it just caused me to reflect on myself and ask myself who I am, what I am, and why am I really here? And so it really started on a journey of self-love and introducing myself to how to love myself. So I actually started personal training. 2015 became a certified personal trainer after actually training a couple of my friends in the city that I come from, which is Cleveland, Ohio. And then from there, later on in 2016, I became a certified nutritionist through ISSA. And then so I practiced being a personal trainer, as a certified nutritionist, even partnered with a herbal company, or I'm gonna say a nutritionist company at the time. And then so through my journey of training people, we had over hundreds of clients. I realized there was started to be a difference between my clients who took the diet serious and the training serious, and those who may have taken the training serious, but not particularly took the diet serious. And those who took the diet serious, I saw quicker results. I saw better results. I saw more energy. So that kind of provoked me to really go more into nutrition and dietitian. And so from there, I would say not necessarily an intentional way of healing, but through changing one of my clients' diet, they were able to heal through fibroids. So that really would spark the idea of we're looking really more into nutrition, not just looking into nutrition, but starting to read the labels that we're partaking in from the foods that we're getting from the grocery stores. And so I started really studying in 2016. And then 2017, a documentary came out called What the Health, for those who are familiar with it. And that documentary, I mean, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. And it really pretty much exposes the intentions of the pharmaceutical companies and the medical field and the doctors. And you will see that this is not just by mistake that a lot of our people in America, or Americans, period, are suffering from constipation, suffering from diabetes, and suffering from obesity. this was all diabolical and this was all an intentional plot. And so from there, it really took me on a journey to just ask the questions like, okay, well, then what should we eat? How should we eat? And what really is the direction? And so from there, that's when I started to see, you start to see a emergence of veganism. It wasn't as popular back then. Like it wasn't as many stores as it is now. It wasn't as many restaurants or people into the life. There was a few people who already were on the journey. So I was limited to my resources, but I made the choice to say, you know what, I'm gonna go vegan. And I'll say vegan versus plant-based because at that time I was eating processed vegan foods and also partaking in whole foods. And so I particularly went maybe about 3 months vegan, and then I tripped up myself, and it was a hard time for me to get back on the ball. But through that time, I started learning by way of YouTube from Dr. Sabi. I started learning from Master Herbalist Patrick Dales, and I actually started learning personally from his protege. Her name is Mikael, up in New York. So I would say she was I'm not gonna say officially, but she was the first one in person that really started to teach me, give me suggestions of books, and show me, just kind of get me on the path. And then another sister named Shakara, shout out to her. She really started to get me into biology and understanding health from a biochemistry level. So from 2017 up until 2019, I was learning from them, taking in the wisdom, taking in the knowledge. I wouldn't say I was particularly applying it just yet. I was still struggling back and forth with the diet, struggling with herbs, but I was learning. And about late 2018, after I came back from Ghana, I ended up getting malaria, and which ended up hospitalizing me. And this is where my journey really starts of taking the holistic side serious. This is where I meet up with everybody else who may have started on the journey. Mm-hmm. I end up having malaria, and I was hospitalized for about 2 weeks. While in there, I ended up catching pneumonia as well. Mm. And it was so bad that my blood was 80% full of parasites, according to the results. And I had so much inflammation and water buildup that they could not even, when they did an exam or x-ray, they couldn't even see my heart. So they actually would plan on doing surgery or doing blood transfusions due to how acidic and parasitic I was. And so, you know, we didn't really know what to do at that point because I'm on a breathing ventilator. I couldn't breathe on my own. My whole body had swelled up. And the doctors really, because they don't know how to deal with malaria over here on the Western world, they really did not know what to do. And so I remember specifically, which I believe this would really go into even the presentation I was showing, that there was a doctor and he was a straight a-hole. I'll be honest with you. He just seemed like he wasn't really helpful. And then I remember specifically when my mother was on FaceTime with us and she asked the doctor pretty much what can we do? What's our options? And the doctor said with a straight face, without any remorse, he said, all y'all can do is pray. Oh. And so it really angered me. But then at the same time, it made me really challenge my faith in that essence of, you know what, you're right. I should pray. And so from there, you know, I have brothers and sisters who were fasting and praying for me. And I truly believe through that experience that my faith healed me, that my belief healed me, because there was not any medicine, there was not any procedure that they were going to do to help me. They didn't know what to do. So the natural phenomenon of start healing was on its own process. And so from there, it really changed my perspective of life. It really made me ask the question, you have all this knowledge, but you're not applying it. You're not really testing it. And because of that, the result is you're sick and you almost die. And so from there, that is when I really started applying the information, from starting to really buy herbs, testing it on myself, testing it on my family, testing it on my friends. And then this is actually when I actually got introduced to who most may know as Yaki Hickman, Yaki Awaken. And from there, believe it was January 2019 is where I really started to learn from him. And later on in that year, even getting up under him as far as holistic health. And so I was under him for maybe about 2 years. And he really showed me the ropes of holistic health in its embodiment, from spirituality to psychology to mental to physical, just kind of bringing that Hebraic understanding to it. About 2021, that's when I pretty much got on my own feet and really started to do the work. I would say, going back a little bit, my first actual case was back in 2020, specifically January 2020. And what happened was December 2019, I said, you know what? I'm going to go on. So I'm kind of backpedaling. I'm going to go on a all fruit cleanse. And this, not only did this whole experience show me that faith matters in your healing, but it also shows me your environment plays a major part, and those who you surround yourself play a major part in your healing. So I said, I'm going to go on an all fruit cleanse for 30 days. I prepped for it. I studied for it. I understood the chemical compounding of fruits and what should go with what.
Your battery is running low. Please plug in the power adapter now.
Disconnect that real quick.
That's okay. Yeah. So man, you went into a fruit cleanse.
Yeah.
But you know, and you're 100% right about your environment, the people that you're around, because like, you know, I kind of went through a situation as well where I had the wrong people around me, and you'd be surprised about how parasites don't only exist in food, but they could also exist in people. People around you could be very parasitic in nature, and they could feed off of your energy, and then it can make it very difficult for you to move forward.
Absolutely.
So it's really important to understand that that surrounding yourself with the right people, having the right conversations, because you know what people talk about, the things that you listen to, all those vibrations really feed into what you're even, you know, experiencing.
Absolutely. And pretty much from there, I created and the beautiful thing is still going to this day. I keep in mind, my intention was really to have a support system, but it ended up turning into a real life community where I'm helping, and we got over 2,300 people. So I started this group called Cleanse to Live Accountability Group, and it started with just 80 people, people who want. I looked at as partnering with me, and we're keeping each other accountable to heal. And so from there, it actually helped me really start going into helping other people outside of my family and my friends. So my first actual case of helping somebody or assisting somebody with their healing was actually stage 2 breast cancer. And so obviously this is during the time of the pandemic, so there's a lot of different things going on. But I'm gonna say my first client, before she got to me, she was 7 years dealing with cancer. She tried the vegetarian diet. She tried all these different things. She went through chemo. She did all these things before getting to me. And I want to say shout out to my business partner, Rachel. She's known online as Vegan Auntie, because me and her actually partnered up along with building this group up, building this community up. So when she got with me, within 4 months, we were able to help her heal from stage 2 breast cancer. So that was my first official case. It wasn't just dealing with inflammation. It wasn't dealing with high blood pressure. It wasn't dealing with diabetes. It was dealing with stage 2 breast cancer. And as you know, that is a serious thing, especially if you don't know what's going on.
Right.
From there, the ball just really got started rolling after that. More clients coming in. We was able to heal people from diabetes, leaky gut, glaucoma, rheumatoid arthritis. We was able to build up cartilage, herpes, HSV1 and 2. So we've been able to help heal people in many different areas and spaces. So, and we're still learning, we're still growing, we're still expanding. And so I stand here today as one who's not only certified by documentation, but I can say proudly I'm certified by experience of working not only on myself, my family, my friends, but also my community.
That's beautiful. So you mentioned that you started off one thing you said a lot, man, you know, malaria, you know, how that kind of took over and kind of created a bunch of parasites or infectious parasites in your body. Can we kind of talk about like even how were you able to really get through the malaria? Like you said that you just took a fruit fast, or was that, did you have to, what did you exactly do to get over that?
With that case alone, with me, I really believe it was my faith. And then on top of that, during the time in the hospital, I wasn't accepting no food.
You were fasting. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Were you fasting?
Yeah, I typically was dry fasting because for some odd
reason.
Dry
fasting.
Yeah. So I wasn't intaking nothing because they were, for some reason, after we told them I don't eat no pork, I don't eat no sea creatures, but for some reason they kept giving me things for pork. They kept giving me things with sea creatures after we telling them not. So I'm like, well, why y'all keep giving me this? I'm telling you, I don't eat this. They would never really give me nothing else, probably until maybe 2 or 3 days before I had to get out. So typically I wasn't consuming nothing to the point they had to put the water bag in me to actually get some fluids, but I wasn't taking anything in at all.
And I'm sure they had to keep drawing your blood, so they needed they needed you to be hydrated.
Yeah.
So I believe, so what I would think is the combination of that dry fast and prayer, of course, and then that that solution, that saline, because I think that water, that solution they have, I think it's called a Myers cocktail, has it has like the salt and the different
sugars and stuff like that.
Yeah. So that combination of things allowed your body to heal itself. Can you talk about fasting and how that affects you, your body? Do you know? Can you talk about that?
So you got many different ways to fast, and you got intermediate fasting, you got total dry fasting, which means no food and no water, which the longest I've ever gone with no food and no water is 6 days. And then you got fruit fasting, you got vegetable fasting, you got juice fasting. So you got many different fast techniques, but I believe the best fast, seeing that it's scientifically proven, when you go on a dry fast, especially when you go on a dry fast, again, that means no food, no water, no liquid at all. When you go on an all dry fast of nothing, after 72 hours, you will actually see your cells start to regenerate, and they would start to split and multiply and start to give off electricity. So you will start to see the body naturally heal itself. Why? Because not only, most of us don't even give our organs breaks. We don't even give our digestive system a break to properly go through its metabolic processing of elimination. That's why 95% of Americans are dealing with constipation, because we don't even give our organs a break. So when you actually finally give your organs a break, you may go through something called a healing crisis. And a healing crisis is what they have dubbed as sickness. So you may go through fever-like symptoms. You may throw up. You may have the cold chills, because now your body is actually being activated. It's actually alive, no longer going through a slumber, and is now able to replenish, multiply, and regenerate itself so it can properly function on the highest level. So when you dry fast, it actually induces a quicker method of healing. And this has been proven in Eastern medicine. This has also been proven now in Western medicine. And this is an Eastern cultural practice all around the world. That's why in most other cultures, like an Islamic culture, like you go into the Bantu culture, you go into Kemet culture, these different cultures, they function off fasting and understanding not to fill the body up all the way so they can properly function and go through its natural spirituality of functioning at the highest level. So,
I did a dry fast like last week for 2 days. I'm trying to get up to like doing them longer, but I did it for 2 days, and I actually had a doctor's appointment. And normally my blood pressure is sky high. You know what I'm saying? Like at least like 150 over 90 or some crazy amount. I went to the doctor. My blood pressure was 107 over 74. Now I don't know whether it's because I fasted and I'm urinating out the salt in my body, which is causing my blood pressure to go down. But that was interesting. But the only thing that was hard about it was like there's like a taste in your mouth that gets kind of gross. And so what is that? Do you know what that is? That happens like with this. There's like it's like a gross. I don't know. I can't describe it.
We have to understand the saliva is the first part of the digestive system. It actually has enzymes in it that help break the food down. A lot of us have a compromised tongue. A lot of us have a corruptible saliva that can be functioning at an acidic level when the natural enzymic liquid of your tongue is alkaline. So when you're going through a fasting state, you start to see that taste. It's actually your body resetting. It's resetting your taste buds. It's resetting your sugar levels. It's resetting your blood pressure. So everything is resetting itself so that you can actually taste the natural sugars in fruit, the natural sugars in vegetables, the natural sugars in nuts. So you can actually know the difference now between synthetic sugars and natural sugars, what we're going to call essential amino acid structures, or fructose or glucose, where you can actually have your taste buds back. A lot of us don't have our taste buds, and our taste buds have been taken captive by synthetic foods and chemicals. So we don't even know the difference anymore.
You know what I noticed is I can't like I used to be able to eat like Little Debbie and little stuff like that. I actually can taste the chemical in those. It doesn't even.
Yes. I used to taste the real. It really feel taste like. Like,
You know what is the even meat right now?
Yeah.
I'm having a I could taste something in the meat.
Yeah.
I fooled around. I thought I was cooking some chicken one day, and I realized immediately it was pork. You know. Because I went to Tom Thumb and they had like these little pre-packaged, like seasoned, and I'm thinking I was getting chicken breast, so I'm taking it out and I'm putting. I didn't read I thought that all the chicken was. I ended up getting pork. When I bit into that pork, I almost threw up. It was the most disgusting taste. I was like, "What is that?" It's like aftertaste to it. I'm like, people, what? This is not chicken. and even sometimes with chicken, I get chicken and fish. Sometimes I've been like getting like just grossed out by meat altogether. Like sometimes I'll look at it and I'll think, is that like a vein or is that like a parasite? Is that like a worm? That, sometimes there's like little white things.
Yeah.
So I started to get grossed out by seeing like little white, especially in fish. Like you'll see these little white.
Most of the time, those are parasites. Like, for example, if you really want to test it, have it sit out in the sun for 24 to 48 hours. You will actually start to see the sun pull those parasites out. So you can test it with that, and then you start putting salts on it. It will also pull them out as well. We have to understand the way they're dealing with this meat, and a lot of this ain't even real meat no more. It's genetically modified meat.
I am. Trust me. You know what? The way that this pork, when you pulled it apart, it's almost like there was something holding it together.
Yeah. You got like, preservatives.
Well, no, it looked like it was actually glued together. It was like you could pull it apart and you would see this like, it's this white stuff that was like almost like they put it together and they like
meshed it like Play-Doh or something.
Yeah, but they had like some kind of a bonding agent within the meat that was keeping it together.
Yeah, those are hormones and preservatives.
I was like, what in the world is? I was like, so more and more I'm beginning to like, I like meat just grosses me out. I can't really. I start looking at it like, if something happens to your brain when you fast. Yeah. When you look at stuff, you're like, what is that?
When you fast, you're awakening. You're starting to realize reality, because a lot of us is trapped in the matrix, and we have taken the program perspective of life from a people who have literally constructed this environment that will be conducive to their growth and development and economy. So once you actually detach yourself from the society, you start to release your mind and free your mind from the society for a while, and you separate yourself. Yeah. And then you come back and really see it from a holistic and organic perspective. You will realize everything, which way, from education to food to drinks, even the way we view marriage and sex is very dark, very corruptible, and it's dividing our people and causing us to be spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, and physically sick.
Yes.
They've created this for us to literally be dependent on their society.
Yeah. And so fasting definitely, I believe that, and when you say dry fast, I'm not sure about you, but when I say dry fast that I took, I didn't even bathe. Because if you dry fast and your skin is your biggest absorbing. So when you take a bath, it's kind of ending the fast. Because your body's going to suck in water from it. After a while of being devoid of water, it'll try to suck water from anywhere. Like taking a bath will it'll try to get the water off that, or taking a shower, it'll try to, get to replace the water. So like I actually like went a couple days without even bathing. And I mean, I'm talking about dry, but let me tell you something. My mind was like, there was times it's almost like I felt like there was like something in me, in my brain, like I had to like lay down and like just like get my mind off of some kind of this, like you gotta eat something. Ah! Ah!
Parasite.
Right. It was making my stomach, like, it was weird how my stomach would have this feeling, and it would like I could feel it in my head.
Yeah. That's the parasites leeching and attaching itself to your spinal cord, and they're actually there to disrupt the messenger, the neurotransmitting messages that you're sending. That thought of being good, they actually are the ones that cause the cravings. They're the ones that actually send the thoughts that you're hungry. A lot of the times we're not really hungry. It's the parasites that crave synthetic sugars that's telling you you're hungry, and they're attached to your spinal cord. That's why when people go on a fast or people trying to deworm themselves, one of the things that we like to use is called oregano oil. You can consume oregano oil, and the best thing you can do is also put it on your spinal cord. There you go. Yep. You put it on your spinal cord, and it actually helps the worm detach from your spinal cord so that you can properly flush it out. The parasites hate oregano oil.
Really?
If you want to deworm, oregano oil is most definitely the oil to go to, and you consume it under your tongue so it goes straight into your bloodstream, because parasites like to leech off your cells that's within your blood. And they literally are like vampires. They like to suck the life or the ATP out of your cells. So we attack them from under the tongue so we can eliminate them by way of metabolic waste or defecation, and then we help detach them from our spinal cord by putting the oregano oil on the spine.
Okay, I didn't know about the spine and putting it on. Okay, I might start figuring out how to do that then, put it on my spine. I didn't know that. But I'm trying to tell you, it did feel like there was something. It was making me almost have a headache. It was my stomach. My stomach, the feeling in my stomach was making my head hurt. It was really bizarre. And then I was like, and the thoughts were, you gotta drink some water. You're thirsty. You know what I'm saying? And I had to like lay down. And actually, it was a friend of mine who knew I was fasting, and she just stayed on the phone with me and was just talking about stuff, just to get my mind off of it, because it was intense. The feeling, it made me want to just lay down and just like, I gotta just lay down and just rock back and forth and try to figure out how to get through it. But I was able. But once that thought goes away, and it comes back probably every 4 hours.
Yeah.
And so then let's get into the fruit fasting. So, because I want to get into the levels of fasting, right?
Yeah.
Being in a fasted state, because then now I only eat like once a day.
Good.
That's my thing now, is I only eat once a day. And when I do eat, I try to eat like a vegetable or something like that. It's been very difficult for me to not eat meat, because there's something about the chewing thing, about chewing on one.
It's addiction.
Yes.
Even chewing itself. You may not necessarily desire it inwardly, but chewing, we have a problem with chewing. We always like something in our mouth, so that is an addiction in itself. So anytime we don't, those cravings, even with chewing, start to come and start to literally overtake us. So what you're going through is not only an inward war between you and parasites, but again, you're going through, especially when you talk about the headaches, the migraines, and your stomach not feeling good. That's called you going to a healing crisis. So when you feeling that sharp pain or whatever pain you feel in your stomach, that's your gut microbiota resetting itself. Because we have something called good bacteria that a lot of people don't talk about. We have this thing about the germ theory, and germs is bad, but germs is nothing but bacteria. Matter of fact, I can tell you that you have 150 trillion cells. Out of 150 trillion cells, 100 trillion of those cells are bacterial cells. So you actually are more aligned with the bacterial family than anything else in this life. So you actually need bacteria to live, because the bacteria is what actually helps you produce serotonin. Seeing that 93% of your serotonin is made in your gut, while the other secretion of it is made in the pineal gland. But you need bacteria to help reproduce that. You see what I'm saying? Or you going through a headache or migraine. That's called the glymphatic system. That's your brain detoxifying itself from all the toxins, waste, heavy metals, and plaque that you've been storing in and that you may have clogged up through the circulatory system. And now it's properly functioning and circulating properly. So when them toxins is rushing, because there is a such thing as detoxifying too fast too.
Yeah.
If you detoxify too fast, you can't kill yourself. So you do have to know the science behind cleansing, because if you do it wrong or you detoxify yourself too fast, you can die. So that's why it's always good to get with somebody who specializes in detoxing, specializes in herbology, and specializes in food science, because they can tell you how to compound herbs, when to eat, how much to eat, because we have to really deprogram ourselves even from that. So you're talking about 1 meal a day. 1 meal a day is good. We've been taught what? You need to eat 3 to 5 meals a day to get the so-called amount of calories. But what if I told you through research that calories is a myth? There's nothing in your body, I challenge anybody right now, there's nothing in your body that reads calories. Seeing that calories is what you call burning minerals. If you actually research the genesis of calories, it was a scientist in Germany that actually was burning minerals, and he called those calories. But when you actually look at the body, when you're talking about the periodic table and the minerals that it needs, your pancreas is actually what helps get those minerals. And it's called a pancreatic enzymic reaction called chyme. And what it does is it breaks the cellular wall of your food, and it's only looking for certain type of minerals. It's not looking for an abundance of 1,000 of this and 1,000 of that. No, it's looking for iron phosphate. It's looking for zinc. It's looking for copper. It's looking for phosphorus. It's looking for manganese. It's looking for magnesium and potassium and calcium. That's what it's looking for. It's not saying, does this food have this amount of that? No, it's saying that what whole holistic chemical compounds can I strip and take away from this food so that I may distribute it through the cell by way of the blood. Seeing that even when you talk about that, the main mineral that the black man, woman, and child needs is something called iron phosphate. Why? Because iron phosphate is the only mineral that actually helps bring oxygen to the cells, which your cells need oxygen to live. And if it's oxygen that we need, that means what food holds the highest amount of oxygen, or what we're going to call H2O, or what we well know as H3O2. It is your water and it's your fruits. So typically your cells actually tell you what it needs to revitalize, to restore, to rejuvenate, and to regenerate. It needs water content-based food.
So what is the difference between regular iron and iron phosphate?
Well, the phosphate itself, compounded with iron, is actually what helps bring the oxygen to the cells. While iron itself is an oxygenated chemical, but it needs the phosphorus to be able to carry, or the phosphate to be able to carry the oxygen to the cells. Just no different than people, we've been taught calcium, right? They say calcium help build the bones.
Vitamin D, right?
Huh?
Vitamin D?
Vitamin D, right? Vitamin D translates to cholesterol, but it says we need calcium to build the bones. That's the whole thought and theory. Calcium helps build the bones, which is why they say drink cow's milk. But now, if you actually look at calcium, let's take concrete. I used to work for a company that used to actually dip concrete or dump concrete to make the sidewalks, right? Did you know that the main mineral that they need to actually use for concrete to make it harden is calcium? So if it is calcium that causes things to harden, which is why your pineal gland can be calcified, you can't say calcium itself can actually there to make your bones strong, but what it does do is it makes your bones brittle. And this is why you actually need magnesium to partner with calcium to make sure it balances it out and does not brittle the bones so much that it starts to cause joint inflammation or muscle inflammation. So that same thing is with iron and phosphate. They come together to make sure it balances each other out so that it can actually deliver oxygen to the cells.
So were you saying that magnesium mixed with the calcium actually helps instead of just have it just the because I thought that vitamin D was the same turned into calcium, or was calcium?
No, calcium, vitamin D, like vitamin D. Where do you get vitamin D from?
The sun.
The sun. And when vitamin D is secreted in the flesh, what then does it turn into? It turns into cholesterol. What does cholesterol help you with? Cholesterol helps you with energy, what helps produce ATP. So vitamin D and calcium is not the same.
Okay. All right. So the question, so how can a person have a high cholesterol but low vitamin D?
Good question. How can a person have high cholesterol and vitamin D? Because cholesterol is not bad itself, but anytime you're eating complex proteins and not getting enough sun, case in point, you can be eating things like dairy. Dairy produces a high amount of cholesterol, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that dairy has what you call complex proteins on top of mucus. So how can one be deficient from vitamin D but high cholesterol? Because most of the time, those type of people, you'll find out they work a 9 to 5, they sit in the home all day, and they never get sun. So if they're not getting sun, yet they're eating food that produces high cholesterol, this is where you start to find the imbalance, because cholesterol levels are not just judged by how much sun you get, but it's also by the food that you're intaking as well, because cholesterol is there to produce energy. It's actually there to help grow and develop everything else in your body. So when you're producing too high of cholesterol, too low, this is where you start to find an imbalance in the body. And that's because we're having an imbalance with nature, on top of the imbalance with the type of foods that we're eating.
Wow, that's interesting. What about yeast?
Now, when you say type of yeast,
well, I think that there's different types of yeast within, because we were talking about parasites, and I wanted to talk about the parasitic aspect of yeast itself, the actual yeast, how that could be overgrowth in the body and then be parasitic within itself, and that's why a lot of people crave sugar within the body.
So when you talk about yeast, remember, yeast scientifically is bacteria. Now remember, we just went over what bacteria is and how you have 100 trillion cells that are bacteria. So is bacteria a bad thing? No. But when you're eating foods that's causing a buildup of bad bacteria, then that's when yeast becomes a problem, because it's not being able to not only breathe, but expand. Case in point, when a woman has yeast infection, how does she get a yeast infection? I'm gonna ask you a question. How did she get a yeast infection?
Moisture in the vagina area.
It is moisture, but is it moisture alone?
Or too much buildup of the yeast in the vagina? Like it's too much bad bacteria. And it was a lot of times you could use antibiotics and you'll get a yeast infection.
That's one.
If you take too much douching and you get rid of a lot of stuff in your vagina, the natural bacteria that cleanses it, you can get a yeast infection.
But the main problem is this: most women are wearing panties and tight leggings or tight jeans, so you're not allowing your vagina to breathe. And when you're having all that moisture, just think about bacteria. Think about this. Think about bacteria in nature, right? You got some bacteria or let's say mushrooms that they don't always grow in darkness or moisture, right? Not alone. But then there are certain mushrooms that can be toxic to you that grows right underneath a tree or in that moisture where it gets no sunlight. Now, when you eat the mushrooms that don't get no sunlight, don't get no type of air at all, those can become toxin, like shiitake mushrooms. Shiitake mushrooms, it can be a toxin to you. You understand? But you have something called lion's mane mushroom. You have something called reishi mushroom. You have something called chaga mushroom that also is a part of that mycelial network that gets a little bit of sunlight. So think about that when you have a lot of moisture on that bacteria and it's not getting anywhere where it can expand itself or utilize itself, it grows more bacteria. And this is why you'll find more toxins, or you'll even see that tree eroding. That's why when you see toxicity in soil, you will see certain mushrooms pop up. Well, guess what? Seeing that you are a human being that's attached to nature itself, and you also build bacteria, when you have that bacteria, that vaginal bacteria in the air, which is not bad bacteria, it's actually there to protect you. But when you're not allowing it to breathe, we're not allowing it to get sunlight, we're not allowing it to expand, and that moisture just sitting there, you start to build up bad bacteria, which then turns into yeast infection. So yeast is not necessarily bad. It's when the proper use of it is not being properly used, and it becomes a toxin to you. No different.
You know what I'm saying? Also, you have the yeast in your, because I wasn't just talking about yeast infections of that area,
Yeah, I know. I was using an example.
Thrush in the mouth. You
Yeah.
see a lot of people's tongue will be white.
Right. But that's going right back to what I was saying about the oxygen. Because remember that there's oxygen in fruits. There's oxygen in vegetables. And so seeing that oxygen in vegetables and you have what you call alkaline substance in your tongue, when you're not allowing it to get the proper oxygen, what we're going to say food or water content substance, then you will build up bacteria. But guess what? That bacteria on tongue is not just from what you put in. That's actually showing a sign that your digestive system is eroding and becoming toxic, and it's bad bacteria revealing itself.
Yeah.
That's why some people, when they got stank breath, it's not because you're waking up in the morning. It's based upon what you're eating and your body lacking the proper digestive system to break that food down. Because when, especially like, let's use this for example. Most people, when they eat dinner, they don't have their meat. They're going to have rice. They're going to have vegetables and maybe some bread, right? Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Your body, because it's very intelligent, it's going to break down the food that it can break down the easiest, which most likely is going to be your what? Your vegetables. Now, you got to think about something. If it's going to go through a process for about 30 or 40 minutes, breaking down these vegetables, what happens to that meat? What happens to that synthetic bread? What happens to that complex rice I'm eating? It only sits there. And guess what happens when it starts to sit there? It will start to erode. It will start to decay. It will start to smell. And just like no other, if you put that fish outside, it will start to bring out the parasites. And now these parasites are now within the body.
So here's the question. Like, so when you see those parasites in those things, if they're not alive, you're saying, well, once they get into your body, they will come out and be alive?
They're already alive.
Even when you've cooked them?
Yes. And that's the thing about people don't realize, especially how we cook. Most of us, a lot of us, we think well done itself is the end all be all to cooking parasites. But think about this. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever
cooking meat, right? You don't realize you're cooking parasites, but you know what I'm saying? The
right.
thing you're going to kill the parasite or any kind of thing that's within it by cooking it at a high thing and well done, right?
Correct. And keep in mind, they're pumping hormones in the meat that also feeds the parasite. So if parasites could die, how is it that we're cooking well done meat and we don't see the parasites coming to the surface on our pan? If that's the truth, you just don't see them. You just don't see. And on top of that, parasites is having 30,000 babies a day.
What?
Yes, you can research this. You can Google it, do whatever. They're having 30,000 or more babies a day. So you're not just dealing with the mature mother or father. You're also dealing with 30,000 babies. And we have seen it's actually harder to detoxify from the babies than the mother, than the mature worm. Because they actually are able to hide and sit behind certain cells and sit behind certain tissues that you can't cook off.
So that's why it's probably good to try to get away from a lot of these meat products that turn into sugar anyway in your body. The meat turns into sugar, correct?
It turns into what you call complex proteins. If they have sugar, yes, but it turns into what you call complex proteins or what you call polysaccharides. And when you actually go through, and this is not me being religious or scientific, it's no different than 1 + 1 is 2. If 1 + 1 is 2, that's simple math. We can't get nothing out of that spiritual as far as like it could be this type of number or this type of number. It's just what it is. 1 + 1 is 2. So when you actually look at how the digestive system works and operates, seeing that it's this thing too, our intestines is this small. And not only are we eating complex proteins called meat, but then most of us are not even chewing our food down to it's a watery substance. So we're already compromising and causing our digestive system to stretch out. So then when it's going through its pancreatic reaction, going through this duct valve, and this duct valve this small, and now because you're having this complex protein that your body is trying to intelligently break down, because you're not being intelligent enough to realize that this don't help me, and you're not getting any type of real protein from it. So now because it has to push this meat out, it causes that duct to expand itself. And what happens? You're stressing it out to the point that every time you do it, you're making it less useful and more useless. So by the time that it's really time to digest or break or eliminate, you can't properly eliminate because your organs is not functioning properly because they stress the hell out. So you don't even have, even going down to your gut, you have something called hydrochloric acid. This hydrochloric acid is actually what helps break down the food. But you don't even have the hydrochloric acid level, pH level, to break that meat down. This is why when you poop and you're having to force yourself, breathe hard, squeeze your gut, squeeze your back, because you're trying to push this so-called broken food down that's not even properly broken down. So it's stuck between them intestines. It's stuck in that gut. And now it's just eroding and sitting in that gut, not properly being eliminated.
You know what? I'm sorry. I got a terrible sense of humor. You know, when you talk squeezing your gut, it would make me. You remember the clumps when they were all sitting at the table and they were like,
yeah.
That's
Exactly.
that scene when they were like, and they were all trying to. Anyways, but the only thing about the thing with meat is that they say that with beef, right? For instance, as a source of protein, the fact that it eats vegetation, it chews the cud, right?
Mm-hmm.
That there's some form of there's something that it breaks down that vegetable so that when you eat it, it absorbs into your body a lot more than when you try to just eat a protein from a vegetable.
Say the question one more time.
So you can get proteins from vegetables, but the way that the cow itself has processed the protein by chewing the cud and going through the whole all 15 stomachs of it or whatever, when it finally absorbs into that meat, when you eat the meat, that it makes you able to absorb that protein a lot easier than if you were to just eat it, because you only got one stomach, so the protein does not absorb as. That's something that I heard. So I don't know. I'm not sure if you know about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that, this is why we as a people, we have to study science. We have to study biology. We have to study biochemistry, and we have to study the chemical makeup of food, because you will realize there's only two places that you can get so-called amino acid structures or protein. That's all. Let's get that straight. That's all proteins is amino acid structures. That is the building blocks of life. Now, here's the thing. Where is that amino acid structure found? It is found in something called deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. But where is that DNA found? That DNA is only found in the blood. Or if we're going to go what helps, what actually produces the blood, it's in the bone marrow. And where the bone marrow found, it's found in the bone. So that by itself will really debunk that we can only get proteins from meats, seeing that most of us ain't drinking no blood, or we're not eating our meat medium rare, and we definitely ain't having a bone. We're not chewing on the bone and taking the bone marrow. So if that's the case, that the DNA, which the amino acids is in, which helps build the cells up, is in the blood, and we're not eating the blood nor the bone, are we really getting protein from the meat? And the answer is no.
But you know, we used to eat the bone.
We used to.
I remember back in the day, at least my grandparents, they would eat that whole thing, bone and everything. You know what I'm saying?
That'll be the only way. But even that itself is still secondhand. I don't know anybody been on the streets, but when you're dealing with, certain type of pharmaceuticals on the streets, most of the time you want to cut the middleman out. Why not? Why would I go to the middleman when I can go right to the source? So if let's go with it. If gorillas, if certain primates, if certain animals are getting their proteins from the food, right? Because what you're talking about as far as breaking it down, that's like when you're dealing with grass outside, when you're looking at horses and cows who got 4 to 5 different stomachs that's going through that process. No different than what? A juicer, right?
Right.
But here's the thing.
Okay.
When you look at the human biological makeup, we are more sustainable to fruits than vegetables. Why? Because remember, vegetation, or what we're going to say is really they consider herbs. Herbs are only for healing. You're not supposed to take herbs all the time. They're only for healing, but what sustains you, what rejuvenates you, what hydrates you, and what regenerates you is H3O2, which is found only in your fruits. So if I had to answer you based upon what you asked, the fruitarian diet will be more assimilated to our genetic makeup than even the herbivore diet. We're only supposed to have the herbs for the healing of the nations. Outside of that, you shouldn't be taking herbs every time, because the reality is herbs at some point can become a toxin to you, especially if you don't know what you're doing. The whole point of the herbs is to cause a toxic reaction that will actually help eliminate a purgatory reaction that will help eliminate any toxins, plaque, heavy metals, or bad waste that's left behind that you are not naturally doing by yourself due to you're not eating the proper foods that will help you eliminate.
Well, you know what? That's why a lot of people from the Caribbean seem to be very healthy, because they seem to ingest a lot of fruit.
Yep.
And if you notice that the Caribbean, they have not gotten rid of all their fruit bearing trees. In America, you can't go anywhere and see trees growing with fruit on them.
Right.
And so I'm not sure if that's all by design, or why is it like that? Why don't you see fruit like on trees? Like if you go to South America, you can pull fruit off a tree. You could be walking down the street and grab some fruit off of a tree.
Good question. Now watch this. When you actually look, I'm gonna tell you one of the main reasons. You can research it. Anybody watching, you can research this. 86% of the soil in America is depleted. So it don't even have minerals. Most people don't even realize, due to us eating so many fake foods and synthetic foods, that we actually been in a famine for 3 years. When you actually research and look at it, you will see farmers having a hard time growing food due to the soil depletion. Especially when they're doing monocropping, where monocropping actually strips more of the soil versus when you do biodiversity cropping, it gives and it takes at the same time, so it brings balance. On top of, America don't let nothing rest. It don't let the people rest. It don't let the animals rest, and it don't let the land rest. And this is actually what the things that the Bible talk about, allowing the land to rest, allowing the animals to rest. It even tells you to rest. But when you're in a stress-filled, constructed environment, when you got to get up before the raising of the sun, when you got to hustle and bustle to actually be successful, and then you got land that's constantly being stripped, and concrete that's literally causing the circulatory system of the earth to dry up and not be able to properly breathe. And then you're constantly tilling and stripping of the soil of its mineral densities. How can you yield fruit? How can you yield trees that bear fruit when you don't even have any type of life force in the soil?
Wow. So that's because you need more minerals. There's not, okay. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Because you don't really see that. And we living in this artificial society, artificial kind of a world with all this concrete and houses and things like that,
Absolutely.
that is taken away from. So even when you try to, like, what do you think about even trying to create your own garden? A lot of like the seeds that you get are run by a company that only allows that to makes it so that it's processed GMO seeds. They've taken all the plants that actually have seeds and they make it so that you can't plant those seeds, because that seed only is for that season, and it does not a seasonal seed. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I understand exactly what you're talking about. And so what I say to that is, like me, I grow my food. I'm trying to get up where we're growing at least 85% of our food. So I've been farming for about, I would say 5 years now, doing volunteer works on farms, learning when I was living in Africa for a whole year, and just experimenting with myself. So we've grown food like collards, tomatoes, okra, cucumbers, zucchini, lettuce.
So how do you stop yourself from grabbing those seeds that come from that? Because I thought that this one company, I forget what it's called, not Manjaro, I forget what the company is called, the GMO company from seeds. What is it called? Man, it's gonna drive me crazy. But it's a company that owns all the seeds that makes it so that you can't, like, if you plant this year, then it's almost like you have to buy more seeds. Like the seeds itself, like the plants itself don't regenerate. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I actually did my
one season. That's it, and then you have to buy more seeds for the next season. It's not like the plants used to be where they would just keep coming every season. You understand?
I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think this is the importance of us building what you call like an administration directory, where we know who's actually selling these things. I actually get my seeds from my family. Their business is called Let's Grow the Garden Life. So y'all check them out. Let's Grow the Garden Life. And they've been farming for 10 years, and they've been harvesting their own seed. They have a whole seed bank which is which is what we're building right now, a seed bank. So I've been learning a lot from them. I learned from a lot from Atlanta Harvest, a lot from Truly Living Well. These different farmers that's in Atlanta, I've been learning from. So I've been getting seeds from them for 4 years, and I could tell you, I've tested their seeds, I've tried their seeds, I've examined their seeds, and now I'm able to actually yield seed from my harvest now. Mm-hmm. So this is about expanding the information that we have, so people like yourself who may want to grow, but we only have the knowledge of the GMO foods. We do have people out here that's actually having seed banks that can give you seeds that's not genetically modified, that's organic, that's whole, and that's straight from the soil.
That I just found out the company. It's called Monsanto. Monsanto, their seeds that they have, they make it so that any seeds from them, if you see Monsanto on there, you don't want to get it because they're going to be GMO seeds and engineered. And so a lot of our fruit that you get out of like Walmart and supermarkets and stuff like that come from the seeds from this company. And they're like GMO, genetically modified to only produce for that 1 year. And so so the farmers have to keep buying seeds every year to be able to have a harvest, so they've capitalized seeds.
and what's name is behind this? Bill Gates. He's the one behind this, buying up all the land in America and causing this food to be genetically modified. So I think this goes back to just really the particular conversations that we have to learn how to be sovereign again. We have to learn how to build our own institutions, our own educational system, our own families, our own governmental system, and grow our own food. Because to be honest, on a natural level, that is the only way we're going to be able to make sure we're securing our future, is by what we're doing now and planning those investments now. So there's people out here that does have, and like another place I get my seeds from, I get it from Africa. I get it from Africa.
That's what I was going to ask next. Is there a connection that where you can get your seeds from another location so that that's okay?
Yeah, I get it from Africa. I have a connection in Tanzania, and they're not I wouldn't say they're a certified company, but I dealt with them when I was over there, so they send me seeds sometimes as well.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. We might need to figure out ways to, like, maybe we have to start traveling and getting outside of the country to try to make some connections so that we can start to farm for ourselves in our backyards. Or if you're in an apartment, there's like ways that you can set up like these systems to be able to have your own little tomato plants and things like that, and start to like get more into like eating more from the soil versus just like going to the grocery stores and because pretty soon, like the way it's going with the way that they're starting to with these natural disasters and the trucking companies like going on strike, it's looking like they're going to start having issues anyway with like the distribution of food, the inflation of food and things like that. So it's best to get above the ball on this thing. So here's another thing: crops and stuff like that are seasonal. How do you make sure that you're able to eat for the year?
Well, that's the whole point of having a growing table, or a growing chart, let me say, and it shows you how to. So this only came by experience. You have to be able to experience. You got to put your hand in the soil and be able to get out there. I know it's a fear thing for us, and for some people, it's even attached to a stigma of slavery. But before slavery, we've always been agriculturalists. We've always been stewards of the land. So how you make sure you're growing stuff seasonally is knowing what to grow in each season. You can't grow everything in each season. Now, I think that's the science behind that, and I think this is what people should get into, is that did you know that if you actually eat the food, whether that be fruits or vegetables in its season, that it actually helps build your so-called immunity? And when you actually eat foods, vegetables, and fruit outside of its season, it can also cause toxicity. See that? Because based upon what's growing in that season, it's not yielding enough nutrients in that fruit, or you may be eating it too soon where it can become a toxin to you. So we have to get into that type of science now. Eating food based upon its season, and that fruits and those vegetables alone, you will see the immunity level or the lymphatic defense system level go higher based upon you eating foods in its season. So I think that was a good question. We should eat food in the season. because it will help carry us through each season. Like most people in the wintertime, they get flu season. But did you know if you eat citric fruit in that season, based upon that season, that you won't have to deal with the flu? You won't have to deal with it. So we got to get back to that science of eating food based upon its season. So to your question, if you start to grow, I think if you start to grow maybe 2 months before that season, by the time it gets into that season, you're able to actually put it into the ground and it will start yielding during that season. So you have that fruits and vegetables to eat.
Right. And so, like, you know, when you have certain people that live in very colder climates, right? What would they have to do? Bring those plants inside to be able to, like, what? Or you have to have a greenhouse or something like that set up. You'd have to. How would they be able to continue like growing their plants when it gets really cold outside?
That's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna give you two answers, right? When you look at the element, I'm specifically talking to our people. We're a tropical people, right? And so us being a tropical people, we should really consider this outside of food. We should consider this even just dealing with our health period. Because every time we go into the winter, especially up north, that's when we have a high rise of flu, we have a high rise of sickness, and we have a high rise of death. And that's because that is not the geographical location that we were made in. The closest geographical location that would get us more assimilated to the African type of environment is down south. That's why you'll see a different environment, or you'll see a difference of sickness, the rate of sickness in the south versus the north, because most black people down here is getting that sunlight. They're getting that sun, they're getting that energy that they need on top of is more organic food down south than up north. But to the point of your question, for those who are up north and may not be able to grow, I would look into something. Now, I'm not going to say it's the super supreme best, but it is better than genetically modified food. You may want to get into hydroponics. Hydroponics is when you actually grow food inside it. It grows in abundance. It doesn't have the same amount of nutrients or bioflavonoids as if it's from the soil, but I can surely tell you it most definitely has more minerals than that which you get from the grocery store. So I would suggest people getting into hydroponics. Or again, there's some, if you got an apartment, you got a patio, hiding your vegetables and growing food based upon that. So you got broccoli, all your rooted vegetables or potatoes can grow in winter.
So here's the thing. Now let's get into this. Let's get into GMO and man-made fruits that have been created, genetically created. Now, Dr. Sebi had a whole long list of like fruits that were considered like man-made, like carrots, and even like the banana is a genetically modified. Because if you actually look at a real banana, it's filled with seeds. It's very probably almost difficult to even eat it. Because it's nothing. It's a very small, number one. It's nothing but seeds. And then you get into carrots, and then you mentioned broccoli. Now, there's like this whole list that Dr. Sebi has. That there's certain foods you're not supposed to eat because it's man-made or man-created. It doesn't grow naturally. Where does broccoli or something like that doesn't grow a certain way? Broccoli was on that list. What are your thoughts on those types of foods? Like I heard cauliflower was one. Broccoli was one. Carrots. I think he said, was it potato? It was a bunch of different fruits that he mentioned that was like, those are not good fruits for you. So what are your thoughts on that?
So let's deal with it one by one. Let's deal with the broccoli, because I know that's the biggest thing, right? When you actually look up the broccoli, and I would tell you right now, I used to be one who was against broccoli. I thought it was genetically modified myself. I thought it was not real. And of course, we was limited information back then, so I didn't have all the information. So before I even get into this, let me give honor and shout out to Dr. Sebi, right? Because the reality is, whether I agree with everything or not, he was part of paving the path for me to get where I am. So I don't think it's necessarily about speaking against Dr. Sebi, but can we say that we've obtained or had more expansive knowledge than those like in the 70s and 60s? Yeah, they were limited to resources.
New stuff has been found out, so new research has been done.
So now we're in a time where Dr. Sebi is resting now, and the information has expanded. So when you look at broccoli, so now let's get to this. There's a difference between hybrid and there's a difference between genetically modified. Genetically modified is made in the lab, whereas hybrid, due to what you call pollination, can cause two different plants to start to mix and mingle their DNA structure, where they start to create a new plant, a new species of a plant. No different than me and you. We are hybrided people because there's a certain sect of people, another sect of people that came together to make you. That did not come from the same family. Well, that's the same thing with the broccoli. It comes from the cruciferous family. And you'll find out that broccoli is actually a mixture of, I don't want to get it wrong, but I know collards is part of that. If you actually look at broccoli, broccoli is actually the budding. It's not even the flower itself. It's the budding of the plant. So when you look at it, it's a hybrided vegetable of two different vegetables. I don't want to just say anything because I cannot remember off the top of my head which the two vegetables is, but it is a mixture of two vegetables. So when you see that, it's more so a hybrid versus genetically modified. How do I know? I grew broccoli. You know what I found when I let it go through a season? It actually bears seed. Now we know genetically modified foods do not bear seed.
Wow.
I'm not speaking from a book. I'm not speaking from Google. I'm not speaking from research. I'm talking about literally planted broccoli, and when I let it flower and bloom and go through its processing, and at the end when it was time to harvest, we had seed. A lot of them, over 100 seeds. So yes, broccoli does produce seed. So you cannot classify it as genetically modified when it's bearing seed. It's a hybrid, but it's not a genetically modified one. Even when you go to bananas. I lived in Tanzania. I lived in Africa. Yes, you have something called burro bananas, and you can eat those bananas, and they do have seeds in them. So if you look at the bananas over here, they are genetically modified. Why? Because they don't have any seed. But if you look at the bananas in Barbados, you look at the bananas in St. Lucia, St. Mary, Jamaica, all these different places, you will see those bananas actually have little black seeds in it. So is the banana itself genetically modified? No. Is the banana in America genetically modified? Yes. Is the banana we see today in those islands and in Africa hybrided? Absolutely. But hybrid is not a bad thing. It's just an expansion of two genetic structures coming together to create, to birth something new.
I know a lot. So when you talk about genetically modified, I know a lot of times they will start to merge two plants together until they get a certain result. They have these things called cuties. My daughter loves them. They're like these little oranges. They don't have any seeds in them, but they have modified them so that they're easier to peel, and they are easier to eat, more juicier and small, and so it's easier for kids to eat. What do you think about stuff like that? Cuties. You know what cuties are? Those are delicious. I'm sorry.
That's the candy, correct?
No, cuties are oranges. Let me show you cuties.
Like the little small ones, right?
Yeah, they made them for kids. They're really good. I mean, but I'm gonna show you an image of it.
If you're talking about the small ones, those are genetically modified.
So these are and you're gonna mess up my whole like things. I love these things. I love these.
And don't get me wrong, oranges come in different sizes, but those cuties, from what I remember, don't even have seed in it.
They don't, but they're easy to peel. And
now, people, where is cuties from? What's the location?
California.
Right, California is known for chemicalizing their fruits and vegetables. Where we all know that oranges naturally grow in Florida. They come from Florida. If we're going to talk about the Americas, they come from Florida. So anytime you're seeing any type of fruits and vegetables that's made from California, I'm telling you, don't even eat it because it's not really genetically modified, but they are the highest in spraying it with pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides. And it takes a long time to properly clean those fruits and vegetables off from California. So to the point of cuties are, and again, I'm not saying that oranges don't come in different sizes, but those are specifically genetically modified.
Okay, wow. So, that's crazy. So I said, sorry, you ain't gonna be able to eat the cuties no more. The cuties are not good for you. Tell my daughter, say hello. She
How
likes
you doing? How you doing, princess?
she likes the cutie oranges. We like the
They making all type of little fruits for children now.
really,
Yep.
yeah, because they don't have seeds in them. You're not supposed to eat fruit that don't have seeds in it.
Mm-hmm.
Strawberries have seeds in it. I think the seed.
Strawberries is good as long again. But strawberries, you got to be very careful for where you get it from because they are very susceptible to pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides. And they can actually. That's why they had a recall on a lot of the strawberries in America. They were getting people sick.
You know what? I've noticed too is like when you go to like Walmart, when you get a package of strawberries, there's at least two of them that are molded already. It's
Yeah.
like, what in the world is going on with that? Why is it like that?
And you want to, because a lot of, and this is what I know from working with grocery stores before, is a lot of them are giving us old food that they're preserving. They're preserving it. So they're giving us old food and they're relabeling it. It's called the Label Law Act, where they lawfully can relabel that label and change the actual expiration date. If you want to really test your fruits out, put some biocarbonated baking soda on it. You can see the chemicals coming off, just like an apple. You put an apple in some boiling water and put the baking soda on it, you will actually see the plastic of that apple from these big grocery stores come off.
Yeah, there is some new. I heard that there's this new stuff that they're putting on these apples that's like a coating.
Yeah, it's a plastic coating. So if you're not even properly washing or boiling that apple properly, you're eating plastic. And what does plastic do? It literally shuts down the organs.
Wow.
It literally shuts down the organs.
And they're putting that plastic on there so that the apple could last longer.
Yep, but they don't tell you that on the label. They don't tell you should remove the plastic before eating. They leave it on there.
Wow. Wally World is famous for changing labels.
Wally World, Kroger's, Publix. Hey, let's not ruin it, but we're gonna say what it is. Whole Foods as well. All of them are conspiring against the people.
Here's the thing. So what? Tom Thumb. Yeah. They are all of them. So what about Walmart? What do you think about Walmart and its vegetables that come through there?
All of it. I'm unboxing all of them in. All of it is bad. All of it is genetic.
Listen, do you think that Walmart is even more like insidious because they're like the hugest grocer? So
yeah.
They have like the big. And you know what I'm noticing too, if you think about it, when people get on welfare, right? Walmart is basically they're giving out rations.
Yep.
People don't even realize that they're getting rations.
Well, we got to understand that these companies are working together. We be thinking they're competing, but they're really working together. Because all of it, I'd like to take this quote, right? It says, "He who controls the information in food controls the people." So long as they control the information behind these industries and this food, and they control the food, they control the people. The way we take back our power, I don't know if y'all remember in 2017, I forgot what actually happened, but something had pissed the Black community off where we said for a whole day, or maybe it's been 2 or 3 days, nobody shopping at Walmart. And when we did not shop at Walmart, what happened? That the stock of Walmart went crashing down. So it showed our power. When we say, no, this is enough, you're going to treat us right, we're going to do this right, we didn't have to fight about it, we didn't have to burn things down. We economically used our power to say, we're not shopping with you no more until you do right by us. And then they had to change. And I was hoping that awakened our people to realize that's the power we have. When we spending over $1.3 trillion a year during holiday season at the end of the year on these toys, on these TVs, on these clothes, these brand label clothes, on this food, that's literally killing us. Why can't we take that money to grow our own food, to make our own institutions, to create a safe haven and place for our people and start teaching our people real skills that will benefit us and stop benefiting other people? See, it's bigger than food. It's way bigger than food. We talking about spirituality, which has been another prison for us. We talking about emotional intelligence, which we have been crippled knowing how to balance our emotions. You talking about a psychological warfare, or you talking about imagery warfare, or you talking about music warfare that has literally been used to capitalize off our demise, our darkness, our corruptibility, our sin, whatever you want to label it as. Everything dealing with the building foundation of this society has been our demise.
You know what's so crazy? I actually stopped listening to music.
There you go.
Completely. I can't, and I know it sounds. I mean, music. You should, if you know. Sometimes I listen to binaural beats, which is just like sounds. But music itself, you know what I'm saying, especially when it's manufactured, you don't know what kind of extra vibrations they're putting in there, little suggestions. Not to sound paranoid, but I believe now that I'm seeing how insidious the music industry is, you got to watch out even with that. Is that, because you don't know what kind of processor they're putting that music through. Even the hertz that they actually record in, I think 44 hertz or something like that, or 444 is known to like be at a certain vibration. I think 48 or something like that. 448 is better. Megahertz is better to listen to. And then you have different frequencies, like when you're, and so, but then you actually think about frequency of sound, the frequency of your clothing, right? So what I knew is that a lot of Hebrew Israelites, wear certain linens and cottons and things like that. Can you talk about, even from a health standard, a health aspect of like the clothes you wear and the vibration and frequency and how that affects you?
Good question. So when you look at let's use the most common so-called fabric in America, which is what? Polyester. Well, we have to look at the word poly. Poly means many. When you actually look at polyester, it has a lot of chemicals in the clothing itself that not only suppresses your skin pores, but it also can cause it to be sick due to the chemical leakage of those clothes. And when you remember, everything's about oxygen, everything is about breath, everything is about breathing and being able to expand those lungs and breathe in that nefesh, what we're going to call the breath of life, everything. So when you're suppressing it by way of polyester, on a side note, Vaseline, and you're not allowing your pores to expand, which your pores is connected to your nervous system, and your nervous system is what's sending those neurotransmitters messages to your cells. That means that your clothes can cause you not to even think straight and can cause you to go through suffocation internally. So polyester is one of the worst fabrics you can wear because it literally suppresses your organs, it literally suppresses your cells, and it causes you to go through a dehydration, or what we're going to say a suppression of breath. But then when you look at cotton, when you look at wool, when you look at linen, which linen and cotton sit at a 5,000 watts frequency, right? You will actually see
Attention,
that
your battery is fully charged. Please unplug the power adapter.
You will actually see that when you actually put on linen, and this is actually the science behind it. Look, what type of fabric do the hospitals use when you're in there? Why and why do they use it? When you actually go to the hospitals, they actually use linen. They use linen sheets and they use linen clothes to put on the actual client. Reason being is when linen comes from what you call the flax plant, like flaxseed. It comes from an actual plant. It's the only fabric that comes from an actual plant. That's why you'll see in the Bible that the main fabric that represents purity, the main fabric that represents holiness, the main fabric that represents righteousness was all white linen. This is the type of fabric that the priest wore, because that's the closest thing to nature that expresses the image, or that expresses the nature of God. So when you look at the nature of that fabric, this fabric allows you to breathe. This fabric allows you to heal based upon the hertz that it carries, the frequency that it carries. And it also even allows you to get a nice circulatory function, which allows you to think properly. Same reason with cotton. Cotton would be the second best because it's one pure linen that you're getting, allowing you to breathe. So the best fabric to really wear is linen and cotton, 100%. Don't even mix cotton and linen, because if you mix that cotton and linen, you can actually disrupt the frequency of those clothes. So this is why you don't want to mix and mingle. No different if we're going back a little bit, dealing with fruits and dealing with vegetables. You don't really want to mix fruits and vegetables because it can disturb the frequency, bioflavonoids, and energy of that food.
Oh, so wow. So eating fruits and vegetables together can. So like, a lot of times you eat a salad, you might, instead of like having like tomatoes
is a fruit. Yeah.
and you put them in a salad, and now you're mixing fruit and vegetables. So you're saying that's what cucumbers are fruit too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So you're not supposed to do that.
No, because what happens is, remember, fruits are there to hydrate you, rejuvenate you, and restore you. So it puts you through a detoxification. But if you start to mix it with vegetables, vegetables are there to build you. So anytime you mix them together, you actually disrupt the function of both. So that's why, let's say, for example, let's say I'm dealing with somebody I want to detoxify slow. Or let's give an example. Let's say I started detoxifying them too fast. I got them on a mono fruit cleanse or just an all fruit cleanse, period. But I want to slow the healing down. That's when I will mix fresh vegetables in there because I know the vegetables will slow the healing down. But if I want to heal them pretty quickly and get them done, it's all fruits. So what's the example of that is this. That shows you the nature of what vegetables can do when they mix with fruit, that you won't even be able to get the proper healing when you mix them. That makes sense?
Yeah, wow. I wanted to welcome to the group Prince Mighty Hebrew. How you doing?
Hey, the internet was down over here. You know how it is over in Tanzania, Mikael. So it was a big rainstorm. So we had to wait for the internet to get put back up. Yeah, the swoop people rules on. It was like raining hard over here. So now I'm here. Y'all can see, y'all can hear me.
Yeah, it's kind of you're in the dark a little bit, but now we can see you.
Okay, good.
So we've covered a lot so far. We've been going up and through there. We're talking about a lot of different things when it comes down to bacteria and parasites, and then breaking it down into fruits versus seeds, and how whether we should plant our own fruits, doing things in season. We've covered a lot of different things. This is my thing. I love this. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna start getting more into the herbal aspect of things and healing yourself through herbs and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And I set in the background like being a jokester. And, we even got into parasitic.
I mean in the wall. That's my brother right there. I know.
No. You might have some questions. I'm just trying to catch you up to where we are. We also talked about parasitic people and how even just individuals that you're around could be parasitic. We're getting into the music and vibration, and we talked about music, vibration, and how even I'm sorry. Even with the music and vibration, and how being careful about what you're listening to and how that can affect your energy and your healing. Because there's even like these sound beds that you can get that'll like help you to like heal when you're sick, because all this stuff is really vibration. You know what I'm saying? Fruits have a vibration, vegetables have a vibration, herbs have a vibration. Now we're talking about getting into the clothing and linen and different things like that. So what else were you going to say about, a lot of people shop on Temu, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know that they have found out that they're putting some kind of chemical in those Temu clothes that absorb into your body and make you sick?
I can believe it because just how they pricing everything, it didn't look legit. And I know between Temu and what's the other one, Shein, a lot of people have been getting credit card scammed on there too. People I personally know, a handful of people. So stuff like that, I like to stick within my community. So even like most of my garments is made whether I was in Tanzania or my people over here. So I try to stick to even the clothing with my people. So that's another way we build economy. That's another way we get back to loving ourselves and building up our community, is we need to start shopping with our own people. So there's not one area in life that we don't have somebody in there. It's just about uniting and getting on the same frequency levels to be able to work together so we can start really building autonomy and creating these institutions of healing.
Oh, I have a question. Man, I wish my internet was up. Again, I apologize, everybody. But did you express the connection with what you're doing over in Dimona and stuff? Did I miss all that?
Yeah, we didn't get there yet.
We didn't get there yet. We're just going over like just
okay.
getting to the, and then we're gonna go into Dimona, and because basically we're talking about seeds and getting the right ones and stuff like that. We're gonna that's gonna be the where to get, when we really start talking about, and then you'll be better to talk about that stuff.
Did you connect the biblical art of healing with your book and stuff? Did you get into that?
We didn't get there yet either.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
We're in like the
Good.
but yeah. So there's a lot more to cover. I was just really even getting into. I'm just covering it from a surface level of understanding, and then I'm gonna let you get deeper on that level because you know more about that. But I wanted to show this. I want to show you this real quick so you can see this, and so people can also see this because they should know. So there's this thing called formaldehyde. And so Shane and Temu products, and they have high levels of toxic chemicals. There's this thing called formaldehyde, and there's this thing phthalate-based plasticizers,
Mm-hmm.
and they affect reproduction. I don't know. They all every time they find something, guess what it's attacking?
They're trying to take that spirit. They're trying to take that soul. I'm telling you. Everything that's dealing with, whether we talking about suppressive therapy, medicines, we talking about suppressive body care products, we talking about suppressive skin care or clothing products. Everything is talking about taking the breath, the very gift that the Most High gave us. They're trying to take. That was the first gift given to man, the breath of life, breathing to the nefesh, the breath of life. So when we look at this, everything that's let's go to the society. A lot of us grew up in concrete jungles. When you look at the cities, the main issue in the cities is what? Reproductive issues or respiratory issues. We're dealing with a lot of respiratory issues. So everything is dealing with suppressing the breath, taking the breath, dehydrating the breath, and most of all, taking the life of the breath, which is you.
Right.
Yeah. And Rofe, and to even add to that, this is why the Torah expresses for us not to mix fabrics.
Yep.
Because we know that polyester causes skin cancer. Yep. Because with the natural fabrics, it gives your skin the momentum to breathe. Yep. This is why we wear silk, linen, cotton, and wool, and we don't mix fabrics. If we got a wool top, we'll wear a wool bottom. If we got a silk top, we'll wear a silk bottom, etc., etc. So it's imperative for our people to understand this, and I can't wait until you get into that, because I went back over. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna grab it so I can show the people your book, because your book outlines the Tanakh or biblical connections of healing and then modern, naturopathic medicine. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm gonna go ahead and get that book from you.
So like, just also to get into it, is that also the sandals. So because the reason why I really wanted to kind of like land the plane here when it comes to this is a lot of people are going to these Chinese companies.
Yeah.
And they're buying this stuff and they don't know that they are being poisoned. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you a lot of these dresses you get from there don't have labels on them.
Right.
So you don't even know what they're made of. What kind of fabric they're made out of, and you're putting them on your body, and these things are dipped for some. I don't know why they're putting from formaldehyde. What? And then the sandals have lead in them. What?
Mm-hmm.
So they are trying to tear us up over here, and they don't give. I don't know why are they doing that. I don't know why, but.
Because remember this society, we're gonna say the system.
Lead is a poison.
The system itself benefits off our sickness. It benefits off our sickness. So if we're not wearing the proper things, we'll always be dependent on it.
Listen, biological warfare is what it is.
Yeah, biological warfare.
They're shipping this stuff over to our country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Into other countries. I'm like, what if it's either biological warfare, or is that they don't have any oversight into stuff, so they just make it, and there's no because you know what, when we break down the corporation, it is in the fiduciary it's in the fiduciary responsibility of the corporation to do what's best for the corporation. So that means that when it really comes down to ensuring that you're doing things correctly, that you're like not breaking any, hurting anybody, the corporation has to do what's best to make money, not to care about the people that they're making the product for.
Right. Right.
So you have to be very careful of where you're getting your clothes from, where you're getting your food from, and etc. I'm waiting on Mighty Hebrew to come back. Was he still here? I think he was trying to
Yeah,
get
yeah, he's still here.
I think he was trying to talk about your book. He said everyone laughed at me when I told him I will never order from them. Well, now you know that you were right to think about not ordering from these companies. So, and let me tell you something. This stuff cannot be washed out, you guys. So I wanted to make that a warning. You cannot put put this in the washing machine and it washes out. It stays on. Sometimes it's like even it being in your house, some of these chemicals will attach to like just the things around your house. I mean, it's really just messed up what they're doing. So I just wanted to but let me let you guys continue on.
I wanted just to say to the family, we have Rufai Mikael Ben or naturopathic healer live and direct with us on Alchemizing Energy. Look out for his book. Go get it. The Holistic Transition, where man remits holistic health. And y'all can get that on www.theedenticexperience.org. Here's the book right here. Very powerful book. I even got my own autograph right there. You know, I got the special Mikael Ben or autograph right there. And Maisha told me to tell you shalom, because you remember she got her copy too. You gave her a copy. So this is a very excellent book. And he shows the connection of Hebraic hermeneutics and divine health in this book. This is an excellent book. And you can also explain more. I like how it looks, the cover of it. I think it's very, very dope. But explain this, well, wherever you want to go. I'm just excited that you're here.
So with the book, I wrote it off my experience of me transitioning to health, right? And it came by way of, everybody cannot go cold turkey into the lifestyle, especially during that time. There was, during this 2017, there wasn't a lot of resources on how to go vegan, what veganism looks like, how to put everything together. So it was really hard for me to stick to it. I only lasted 3 months. So from that time, I want to say August 2017 up until 2019 or 2020, I was transitioning. I'll have seasons where I'm vegetarian and I go back to carnivore. Then I have seasons where we're vegan and I go back and I just keep going and do pescatarian. So that was really the thought of thinking about those who struggle with the transition and being able to give them the understanding that there's more elements outside of food that's causing you to either not transition or help you transition. And that's dealing with the spiritual system, understanding your purpose and reason behind it, and understanding it's a journey. It's not a race, it's a marathon. So I wanted to make a book that would highlight the journey, that would highlight the transition and show people that you can do it. It's just about putting the right steps in front of you to show you that you can get it done. On top of realizing that health is something that the Most High wants us to have. Health is something that he desires for us to have. That's why he gave us the Edenic diet in the first place, because that was the most assimilated diet to what would fit man's genetics. And that was really the whole theme of the book, is not only give you an actual diet plan in the book, but tell you my story along with showing you how the mind-body connection works with the Most High.
Absolutely. Because I noticed your foundation is better sheet of Genesis 129. Actually, in the book, we see this on let me go real fast so that people can see. It actually starts on page 8, and where you go into Genesis 129 and you start building on that process. So could you could you express biblical holistic, the importance of biblical holistic health, and what you're saying, because a lot of people, they do read the Bible, and because they read it in a religious way,
Yeah.
they don't see how holistic the approach is. So could you explain biblically the approach? Because we see that we were originally vegan, coming from the surface of the earth, Adam and how Adam coming from the surface of the earth. Could you
Yeah.
explain that interconnection with the earth's surface, veganism, how Adam, et cetera, et cetera? You know how to do it.
So when you read the better sheet, we talking about the beginning. Well, however we want to look at the narrative, but this beginning story, right? We talking about Adam, and you talking about where Adam came from, the Adamah. When you look at that word Adamah, it means the minerals of the soil. And so let me see if I can share my screen. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen. DJ Genesis. There you go.
Well, I got a
Yeah, we
presentation.
see you.
I'm gonna skip around just based upon the question. I'm not gonna go through the full thing, but based upon your question, and that's the PowerPoints I'll go to. So
Okay.
when we go to, and I had all these, we can go through there. But when we go to this, right, it says, and Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, and the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be food. If you actually go into that word, it says food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creep upon the earth, wherein there is life, and I have given you every green herb for meat, or we're gonna say food, and it was so. So when you look at the composition, when we go again, going to the Adamah or going to Adam, the root word of Adamah is Adam. Some people can go to the root and it says blood, but when you look, let's go to that. When you look at the root of blood, what's in the blood? DNA. DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. What is that DNA built off of? Something called essential amino acids or non-essential amino acids, which that's what your body naturally makes. So we're talking about information. We're talking about a consciousness and intelligence that's deeper than what we see, but we're talking about an internal intelligence that has a specific, I can say a criteria that it needs to flourish at its highest level. When you connect Dam back to Adam, which is connected to Adamah, those essential minerals we find in the actual soil. And I'm about to prove it right now. Now, what you have is a comparison of essential plant nutrients in soil versus the human body. Ooh-wee. So when you look at the minerals or the elements in the soil, you got carbon, you got hydrogen, you got oxygen. What's the non-minerals mean? That's what's naturally are those the main components that's in the soil. But then you go to nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, sulfur. These are the things that the soil itself feeds the actual plants. You with me? So when you look at these main carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium on top of the element of the trees, because the trees also interconnect with the plants itself or having them breathe, especially as they grow. Now, when we look at the component of the human body, which it says 62%, so this is an outdated one, but it's actually 85% that we're built up of water. Some people say 93%. When you look at the element of water, we mainly need oxygen, especially us coming from Africa, Northeast Africa. We know that the sun is the hottest towards the equator line over there. And to be able to be in that equator, you need oxygen. So the main mineral that we need is oxygen, which means we need what? Iron phosphate. Then you got carbon, then you got hydrogen, then you got nitrogen, you got calcium, and you got phosphorus. We need potassium, magnesium, and all these other things. Well, interestingly enough, those same minerals that we need is the same minerals found in the soil. It's the same exact minerals, which is why man is interconnected with the earth, because his genetic code is based upon the earth, and they have a scientific term for it now. Y'all can look this up. It's called biophilia. Biophilia means he who is in friendship genetically with nature. Oh wait, he who is genetically in friendship with nature. So it's not just talking about esoteric nature of him hugging trees or him grounding. No, they're talking about genetically. There are people who are literally genetically connected with the earth. So when you look at that, especially when you're dealing with melanin, copper, zinc, gold, we are the closest people, the original organic man, the melanated man, woman, and child. We are the closest to the assimilation of the earth, which is why we're called Elohim on earth. This was that image and likeness that was gave to Adam in verse 26 of Genesis 1 when he said that we don't only have the consciousness of the Elohim, but we literally are the embodiment of that Elohim on earth. Meaning this, if we had to put an image, if we had to put a likeness on God, it would be the black man, woman, and child.
Facts. Facts, and I'm glad you're expressing this. This. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we get you.
Okay. This program is dedicated to DJ Genesis because one of the questions that our sister would ask is, how do we use the scripture to heal us and stuff like that? And I think you're doing a wonderful job. While we here, could you express, as you being a healer, your connection with other healers in our community in Dimona, and you being a part of that community as well?
Absolutely. So other healers I know, everybody know who Yaki Awaken is. That's one of my teachers a couple years ago.
A lot of people don't know he was like also.
Came. So I was under him for a while. Got to shout out my big bro, Rofe Yehoshua, who's also been able to teach me and just give me some tips and some wisdom. I was able to meet a couple healers and farmers when I went to Dimona. I was actually there for almost a whole month. And I got to shout them out because they actually helped me see that veganism was possible. Before I went there, I was struggling. I didn't know how to put foods together. I didn't know what that looks like. But they made veganism so simple and so tasty. I said, I don't never have to go back. If veganism like this, I don't have to go back. So how I really got connected with them was I moved down to Atlanta. No, let me go back. When I lived in Cleveland, Ohio, there was a flyer put out, and I'll give his name later, but there was a flyer put out about different people from different waves of consciousness coming together and discussing community issues and how we can work together to build our community through consciousness and information. So when I got there was this skinny brother up there who was pretty much saying, you know, what the purpose of the program is, why we're here. We're here to discuss doctrine, what system works best, blase. So go through the event, and you know how we are as Hebrew. We're gonna stand on what we believe on. They gave us room now to go up to the stage, and I happened to go up there, and I abrupted the whole entire room. I mean, the guy who owned the actual church, he was the pastor's son. He was pissed off. Like everybody was pissed off. It was a whole uproar. But then afterwards, when we got done, there was a brother came to me. He said, his exact words was, "I've been waiting for you. I had a dream and a vision about you." And, you know, being from Cleveland, being from that type of space, I'm like, you know, who are you? What you mean you've been looking for me? And so he came up to me. He asked me my name. At the time, I went by what they call Lashwan Kadash. I said, well, my name, Mikael. He say, what? He looked at me crazy, like, what? He said, so what would your government name be? I said, it would technically be Michael. And he said, oh, okay, well, in our language, it would be Mikael. So he started breaking down the symbolism, the spiritual meaning behind each letter, and then he gave me the prophecy behind the name. And so once he gave me that prophecy, it really awakened me to more of the culture, because during that time, it was just, you know, you realize that you're in a religious setting when you're not really dealing with the cultural part or the way of life, but all you're doing is reading scriptures. And so that brother happened to be Prince Osain Ben Israel Jr. And he actually...
So hold on. Now I got to stop you. Shout out to the late Prince Osain Ben Israel Jr., close comrade of mine. Also shout out to the late Prince Osain Ben Israel Sr.
Yes, sir.
So this was Prince Osain Ben Israel Jr.
Yes.
that was saying these things.
Yes.
Interesting. Keep going.
Yes.
Keep going.
So he the one who actually was telling me about Africa. He didn't tell me about the community just yet. He was just telling me that our land is in Africa, especially during that time. You know, a lot of us, our people were saying, you know, our land ain't in Africa. We're not African, all that different type of stuff. And so talking to him, building with him from 2017, as you know, he passed in 2018. I was actually going to go to Africa predicated upon him. I was going to go to Ghana to see him. So going back a little bit, I moved to Atlanta October 2017, and about maybe January 2018, this is when I was about to have my Bane Solomon, and I'm like, all right, I want to go to a vegan restaurant. And so it happened to be one maybe like 10 minutes away. And we went in there. It was sole vegetarian. I didn't know it was a Hebrew, nothing. I didn't know it was a Hebrew restaurant or nothing. So I went there. I'm like, oh, it smells wonderful in here. And I'm seeing the pictures. I saw Ben Ami. And I kind of knew about him, but I didn't know. And when I went to get the food, I saw people with the borders of blue, the fringes. And I'm like, but you obviously know they wear their fringes a little different than the masses of people.
Yeah, right.
So I'm like, I don't know if they're Hebrew or not, but let me give it a shot. So brother came up. I said, Shalom. Oh, he said, Shalom, my kid. I said, oh man, y'all Hebrews? He said, yeah, this is a Hebrew-owned restaurant. I said, what? A Hebrew-owned restaurant? I never heard of it before. So it happened to be that same day was February. It was February because you know every February they do the Black History Month presentation. And so who happened to be there was Ator Ben Or. And so
so Ator Ben Or was there. Okay. And I also heard then you just mentioned the Minister of Health. Isn't that Rofe Yehoshua?
Ator Ben Or?
No. Who's the Minister of Health? Rofe Yehoshua, right?
Yeah, he's the Minister of Health. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be on the Alchemizing Energy next week. By the way, he'll be on here next week.
That's
yeah, absolutely. But go ahead, continue on.
So he came out, he sat down, and we was talking, and he actually told me he lived in Ghana. I said, "Oh, I'm supposed to be going to Ghana at such and such time to meet with Prince Asiel." He said, "Oh yeah, that's my guy, whatnot." You know, I think he said he stayed on the other side of Ghana, whatnot. And so building with him, I went to the Black History Month event, and now I was exposed to the Atlanta sector of the community. So I did not know it was that many Hebrews from that community here. Then I got toured to the at that time the daycare that was over there. They showed me the bookstore. At that time, they still the clothing store that was right there with the crystals and jewelry and whatnot. So they had a lot of things going on. And so once I met Ator, I said, I'm determined to go. And so at that time, my godmother, who you know, she told me about a tour in Ghana, and that's what I ended up signing up for. And obviously, rest in peace to Prince Asiel Ben Jr. But by the time, I think it was maybe 2 months before I was supposed to go, that's when he passed away. And that's actually when I saw you. I think you was the first person I saw. You did a video, I believe, with your wives, making the announcement. If I remember correctly, I think you was breaking down, man. I was like, man, you kind of really showed me more the essence of who that brother was. And so it showed me, you know, how big he was in the community and what he was doing. And so that's pretty much how I got introduced to you and who you were through that video that you did for him. And so from there, skipping across that, there was an event January 2019 called the Hebrew Summit. And you know that they hosted the Hebrew Summit. And so it was really at that particular time that I really started getting intertwined with the community, because that's when they had more events. They had the School of the Prophets events. They had different events going on at that time. Yehoiakim, Aniyan, Zabdiel, you know, the younger generation, really there supporting the elders or whatnot. Mikael, he was there as well. I met him. And so I was determined because
Mario was there, and Prince Yosef, correct?
Yeah, they was. Now I didn't get introduced to them when they was there, but I did see them. So there was an elder named, there is an elder, one of my elders named Moray Noriyahu Ben Louis. And he was,
I know.
yeah, he was a huge advocate for the community. And he was the one that really showed me it was possible to get there. He just said, make the choice to go. So when I made that choice, I ended up having a brother, Ak Yohanatan. He ended up sponsoring me and my Isha to go to the land for New World Passover. And from there, he introduced me to Sahar Aliel, my uncle, my dog, Sahar Aliel, and we've been building with him since. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the unk right there. So from there, me and him started building, him and his Isha. I love her as well. Shout out to her. And I was there. It was supposed to be only be 2 weeks. I ended up being there a month. And I actually stayed on the actual Kfar. I stayed on the actual site. So I was living amongst the people. So I really got to see how they live. I got to see how they eat. I got to see how they fellowship, they worship. And pretty much from that point, we've been connected. I sat down with Sar Madiel. I really got to pick his brain. That man is wisdom. He really has a lot of knowledge when it comes to the migration of our people, the land itself. I also got to what's the elder's name? They call him the Yeled.
Are you talking about? You talking about Sar Eliakim?
Yes. He actually took us on our sacred vegetation tour. He took us.
Gang.
So
yeah, thorough, tall, dark skin, old head.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Funny as all get out.
Very funny, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So from that point, really, that's how I got introduced. It's just like these connections over and over. And then it's funny because when I came back from Tanzania, I end up doing a health seminar in Cleveland, Ohio, with a young brother named Aharon Ben Kima. Yep.
Uh-huh.
He his father from the community as well. So I'm always connected in some way with the community. Always.
Gang.
That's family right
and,
there.
Gang. And also, this brother right here, when he was in Tanzania, came to one of my properties. You came to the farmhouse, correct?
Yes. And the brother showed us love. He showed us love.
Gang. I think we did the Passover together.
Yeah.
You stayed what? You stayed at the farmhouse. It was like a week. Wasn't it like a week? You stayed almost a week.
I think it maybe been like 4 or 5 days. Was there?
Yeah, 4 or 5 days. Absolutely.
Yep. So that's another. Another connection. So me and you, even if we never had crossed that path, then we always been connected because that's how big the community is.
Dang, we live and direct on Alchemizing Energy with DJ Genesis. We have here Mikael Ben Or, and he is the author of The Holistic Transition, where man remits holistic health. DJ Genesis Detroit put in the link. So get y'all copies right away. You can go to the EdenicExperience.com. Again, that is the EdenicExperience.com. If you don't want to go in that direction, you can go directly to Mikael Ben Or. I'm pretty sure he's going to put in his email, and you can get directly or his email, phone number, information, and you can order your book directly from him. Again, that's the EdenicExperience.com. Get your copy now. Continue on, Mikael.
Sorry, .org.
I'm sorry, .org. Excuse me, .org. Thank you, DJ Genesis.
I mean, I'm not sure if you have the .com, so I hope you got the .com, so people don't.
No, it's not. Yes, it's .org. You're correct. DJ Genesis, come on in here with some questions. Come on, get up in there. We're gonna pick Mikael.
I've been in there. I've been questioning him for an hour. I thought you had specific ones that you wanted to ask, but so
no, go ahead, DJ Genesis.
Because me and him been kicking it for a whole hour and a half, right?
It's like y'all was cooking a stew. I'm up here, mad.
Listen, I really want to get into this PowerPoint he has, because I mean he has some really good information in this PowerPoint. I really want to.
Let's start the PowerPoint. Let's start the PowerPoint. Go ahead, Mikael. Let's get this thing cracking. Let's cook this vegetarian stew.
All right. So going back to the beginning, right? The question is holistic health within the Bible, right? And like the Prince said, oftentimes we look at it from a religious lens, and we're not seeing the way of life in it. We're not seeing the genetic connection. We're not seeing the culture or the language, which the language has power within itself as well. And so oftentimes we miss the little nuggets, just like Genesis 1:29, where we get to really see the essence of Yah within the man. So is holistic health within the Bible? Let's get it. So I want to make it very clear. All healing, all restoration, all rejuvenation, and regeneration is rooted in spiritual, systematic faith and belief. Now, to some people that may sound religious, like, what do you mean by that? Just faith and belief. Let me set the record straight. I don't believe in blind faith. I don't believe in faith without works. I don't believe in that. I believe you can tell a man's faith or his belief or his imunah by his work, by his purpose, by his drive. And this is actually now scientifically proven. It says science has now proven this by calling it the God gene, family. So now they've been able to prove faith and belief by way of the God gene, or it's scientifically called the VMAT2. In the brain, VMAT2 proteins are located in the synaptic vesicle. So this is what is attached to the actual axon during the neurotransmitters. The VMAT2 transport monoamine neurotransmitters from the cytosol and monoamine neurons into vesicles. So what does this mean? Are y'all able to take the tag off where my website is? Because it's kind of blocking the presentation. Thank you. It says these monoamine neurochemicals are dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, histamine. Oh, it's blocking again, family. Histamine, which helps store and does what you call an exocytotic release, causing cells to detoxify, self-detoxify. So hold on. Are you telling me based upon the neurotransmitters that's releasing these chemicals of thought, these chemicals of vibration, that I'm able to self-diagnose or self-detoxify without having herbs at first, without having fruits or vegetables? They are scientifically proven and saying yes. When you have this gene start to express themselves, which they call the God gene by way of VMAT2, it's actually there to help release dopamine, which is the happy gene, serotonin, which is also produced in the gut, that helps you make serious, it helps you focus, it helps you with your digestive system, it actually helps with your growth and development. Then it also produces adrenaline. Adrenaline is not always a bad thing. Adrenaline actually is what helps you alert even when it's danger. This is what puts you in that fight or flight stage. But it's not bad because this is what keeps you going and focused. Then you got histamine, which helps store. And again, it puts you in a self-detoxification. So they're saying, scientifically proven, based upon the belief or faith of a person, they're able to activate this God gene called the VMAT2, dealing with the vesicular, that's able to release these toxins that will naturally detoxify the body. And today we're going to prove it. Why am I saying this? Because we are what you call in the Hebraic culture a faith-based culture. Again, I'm not talking about blind faith as they produce in certain religions. I'm talking about a faith where we're showing you through our way of life that we believe in the Creator. We're based upon our livelihood, our marriage, our diet, our clothes, our culture, our language, based upon the divine Creator and the instructions that He gave us. That is what our faith or our belief or our imunah or our agreement is in. And based upon that, when we have that belief that is strong like that, we're able to naturally detoxify ourselves without even yet being produced with herbs, being produced by vegetables or fruit. Why is that important? Because one of the things that I prime myself on my program is that if you do not have faith or belief in your Creator, that he can heal you and restore you, then I don't believe that you can heal. I don't believe that you can heal. Matter of fact, I guarantee you can't heal. Because there's not one vesicle, there's not one cell, there's not bone or any organ that is made that you can divinely say by man's hands it was made. Even the very breath that you take when you sleep, you're breathing. Can you naturally break down how you're breathing without your actual consciousness doing it? Called the autonomic system. See, it's those divine moments where we're able to see in nature, which we are part of nature, that there is a divine creator. So let's keep going. So Deuteronomy chapter 32:39. It says, see now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hands. We're going through this because we're showing you that you can't do anything. There is nothing divine that happens to you without the creator. We can talk about the universe, but even the universe has a systematic rotation that it goes through. It's on autopilot itself. Therefore, we know the creator exists outside of time, outside of a system, outside of all dimensions. Therefore, there has to be something. Anytime you see something within a system, there's something outside of that system that is controlling. That's why we know that the universe itself is not the divine healer. That there's something in the universe that does help us heal, right? Like the sun, like the moon, like the stars, like the elements of the earth. We understand those things, but then we understand divinely there's some above those things that put these things in place for the healing and restoration of man. Once we go to Habakkuk 2, verse 4, behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Going back to that God gene, going back to that VMAC2, right? It is within that God gene that we start to actually see the healing. Let's keep going. So now, there is a scientific term and a practice and a testing that they did to prove this, right? Now, I left the link on top because I want to show y'all this is not me making up, this is not me grabbing anything, this is not pseudo, this is actual doctors in the field. These are doctors in the laboratory who went through these trials, these clinical trials and tested this. And this one specifically is from Harvard. Y'all can see it at the top. So it's talking about give yourself a placebo. Let's go through it. It says placebo often work because people do not know they are getting one. But what happens is if you know you are getting, he said, but what happens if you know you're getting placebo? It said a study published in Science Translation Medicine explored this by testing how people reacted to a migraine pain medication. One group took a migraine drug label with the drug name. Another took a placebo labeled placebo. And a third group took nothing. The research discovered, watch this, family. The researchers discovered that the placebo was 50% as effective as the real drug to reduce pain after a migraine attack. Now, keep in mind, we don't know what type of clinical trial, who they did a clinical trial on. So we can't say if they believe in the high power itself or they just have belief. But nonetheless, they had some type of belief. So we know a belief to believe that this thing can help you was there. And what they showed was that 50%, it was 50% as effective as a real actual drug to reduce pain. Meaning they took a pill that had nothing in it, or they had, sometimes they put sugar in it, or they put something that don't really do it. And they said that based upon their belief that this thing that had no actual drug in it had the same, about 50% of the same effect as a real drug. Now, I want to tell y'all something, because we're going to go through this article, and I'm going to show you that this is an actual debate. This is an actual war, an intellectual war that's going in the pharmaceutical companies right now, where you have a lot of doctors that are leaning more towards the belief of healing that can help heal you versus giving them people drugs. And this is a fact. You can look this up, you can research this. You will have some scientists that's so scientific that they're literally trying to remove the belief of God. They're trying to remove God from any type of healing and saying science is doing this. Well, the thing about science is that science is a lot of times based upon theory. And if you actually go to the real root of science and its actual etymology and its actual genesis, science at its root actually meant by observation. Ooh-wee. So if science at its root is meant by observation, and we're seeing by observing that this placebo effect is actually working as almost as good as those who took the drug, we have to go to our scientific mind and say belief is most definitely part of healing. And this is part of why I teach that you have to have faith that you can be healed. You have to believe that you have earned your healing, that you are worthy of healing, and that the Creator is going to give you the healing. Without that, you can't heal. And let's go with the science or the math of it. 50% of your healing has to do with faith. 50% of your healing has to do with belief. 50% of your healing is outside of yourself. So it says the researchers speculated that a driving force, watch this, beyond this reaction was the simple act of taking a pill. People associate the ritual of taking medicine as a positive healing effect, even if they know it's not medicine. The action itself can stimulate the brain into thinking that the body is being healed. That VMAT2, that dopamine, that histamine, that adrenaline, that serotonin is released. Now, y'all see they did not mention cortisol because cortisol is a major factor when it comes to stress. But when one actually starts, they can believe that they can be healed. They release these chemical happy factors that causes their body to naturally start healing. How can you give yourself a placebo besides taking a fake pill? Practicing self-help methods is one way. Now they give you some tips on what some self-help methods. Engaging in the ritual of healthy living, meaning that you believe that the food that you're eating will heal you. Exercise, yoga, quality social time, meaning you're engulfing yourself in relationships that are actually healthy. Meditating proudly provides some of the key ingredients of a placebo effect. Meditating can be literally meditating on the Creator's word, meditating on His word. I heal, and He heals, and He makes alive. He can restore me. He can rebuild me. See that? It says, while these activities are positive interventions in their own right, the level of attention you can give enhances their benefit. You see that? So what they're saying is this: when you actually give yourself, you are intentional, and you give attention to practices of self-help or self-healing, it enhances the more the benefits to that. That's why you see certain yogis or Hindus or the monks, they are heavy into meditation. They are heavy into or really fasting from natural elements and really making their body a temple for God. They're into that. That's why you don't see a lot of death at a high rate but a low age in those cultures, because they have made their bodies a spiritual temple for God to dwell in, and they have been able to resist and discipline themselves of not just overeating, but eating, period. And you see the quality of life that they're living based upon these practices. So they're showing you that anytime it comes to self-love or yahtistic love, giving yourself to the Creator, that you have a more likelihood of actually healing versus just relying on food alone or relying on pharmaceutical companies alone. That is your belief that heals you. So it says this: the attention and emotional support you give yourself is often not something you can easily measure, but it can help you feel more comfortable in the world, and that can go a long way when it comes to healing. Let's go to the next slide. So let's look at the power of the placebo effect. Now I want to show y'all, this is a doctor named Dr. Howard E. Lyman. It's a chief medical editor, Harvard Health Publishing. He's a board member of the Harvard Health Publishing. So I'm showing y'all the documents on these high-class colleges and these high-class laboratories and the testing that they're doing. It says this: treating yourself with your mind is possible. This is a doctor saying this, y'all. He didn't say treating yourself with medicine. He didn't say treating yourself with pharmaceutical practices. He said actually treating yourself with your mind is possible. But there is more to the placebo effect than positive thinking. Let's check it out. It says your mind can be a powerful healing tool when given a chance. The idea that your brain can convince your body a fake treatment is the real thing, the so-called placebo effect, and thus stimulate healing has been around for millennia. So this ain't no new practice, family. They just start using the word and using the practice less than 100 years ago. I think it was like 1946 or something like that. They started using this type of pharmaceutical treatment called the placebo effect. So it says, now science has found that under the right circumstances, and this is what we talked about earlier in the interview, that your environment plays a major part, because your environment literally shapes your reality and shapes your conditioning, your thinking. So now science has found that under the right circumstances, or we're going to say the right environment, a placebo can be just as effective, here we go, y'all, as traditional treatments. Oh, wait. Keep this in mind. Your mind believing that you can be healed is just as effective as a pharmaceutical traditional treatment, family. This is out the mouth of a doctor. This is out the mouth. This is stuff they don't tell you. This is the stuff they don't talk about. Because everything that's dealing with your mind and the construct it is to convince your mind that you need pharmaceutical companies. It's to convince your mind that you need these big grocery stores. It's to convince your mind that you need the Chinese to give you your clothes. It's to convince your mind that how you view marriage and love and education is based upon the people who is not you. They have convinced you that you are not special. They have convinced you that you are not God on earth. They have convinced you that you don't have the power. They have convinced you that your very skin is representing darkness and evil and corruptibility, not knowing that you are the reflection and essence of God. And if you are the reflection and essence of God, that you got the power of God in you, which is why you have a God gene, which is why you have VMAT2. Because that faith in a higher being outside of this realm is what leads you. This is part of the reason we was able to get through a 400 to 500 year captivity, singing songs of deliverance. Because it was our belief that carried us. It was our belief that helped restore us and get to a place where we can remember ourselves in the land of our captivity, family. Let's keep going. It stopped sharing my screen, y'all. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it says this: the placebo effect is more than positive thinking. Believing a treatment or procedure will work. It's about creating a stronger connection. Here we go, y'all. Between the brain, or what we can call the keter, and body, which we can call Malkuth, and how they work together. Placebos won't lower your cholesterol or shrink a tumor. Instead, placebo work on symptoms modulated by the brain, like the perception of pain. Remember, mind over matter? If it don't mind, it don't matter. Placebos may make you feel better, but they will not cure you. They have been shown to be most effective for conditions like pain management, stress-related insomnia, and cancer treatment side effects like fatigue and nausea. And this is what I was going to go to. Because just like we read the other article, it tells you how effective it is. But there's another doctor who's admitting the effectiveness of it is, but he's not trying to give the glory to it. Because if you give the glory to placebo, if you give the glory to the belief and faith that is beyond you, that your mind can actually help heal you, you'll find out that you actually no longer need doctors. You will find out that you no longer need pharmaceutical medicines. But that if you actually believe, even if you believe when you eat fruit, if you believe when you eat vegetables, if you believe in your relationships, that those formats of reality can be a benefactor to you, not only healing, but restoration and rejuvenation, family. Watch, this is another research. Now, this is another doctor from the University of Michigan. It says, in research studies and in real life, placebos have a powerful healing effect on the body and mind. The doctor name is Elisa H. Patterson, a Haynes Gordon publisher. This article is in the conversation. It says this: did you ever feel your own shoulders relax when you saw a friend receive a shoulder massage? For those of you who said yes, congratulations, your brain is using its power to create a placebo effect. For those who said no. So what she's indicating is this. Like, for example, you ever been around somebody and they joking around and they don't never say the name, but they'll say, oh, your lips is ashy. And everybody in the room get to licking their lips on the low. That's called a placebo effect. That's called a placebo effect, where they're not identifying who they talking to, but they said something that will trigger the neurotransmitters in the mind to think they may be talking about them. Well, it's the same effect when it comes to your healing. That this doctor is trying to convince you that whatever they're about to give you is there to help heal you. And based upon your belief and them telling you those words, because remember the scriptures say what? And this is another part of holistic health in the body. See, I'm dealing with the things of the mind. We already talked about the diet. We talked about the herbs. But let's talk about the actual mind. Because the mind is actually what helps heal you. Your consciousness is actually what helps restore you. and your belief in the creator. So the mind, and y'all see on my page, it says what? Cleanse the mind and the body will follow. They told us in slavery, what? They say, take the mind, keep the body. You take the mind and keep the body, you will cause their body to become a slave. Cleanse the mind and the body will follow. It's on my page. Because once we're able to change your mind, transform and reprogram the matrix in your mind, the healing is easy, family. The healing is easy. So what did she say? She said since 1800s, watch this, y'all. The word placebo has been used to refer to a fake treatment, meaning one that does not contain any active physical substance. You may have heard of placebos referred to as sugar pills. So this has been going on at least documented since the 1800s, as they say. Why are we now just hearing about this after 1946? Why is this now being talked about even more now in 2022 and above? Because the reality is, for them to tell you how to heal means that you about to break their pockets. You mean you about to empty their pockets out. So why would I teach you how to heal when you're going to make me go broke based upon your healing? Come on, family. Come on. You want healing? The Most High did give us physicians, but he gave us physicians based upon the Torah. He gave us physicians based upon the Tanakh. He gave us physicians based upon those who understood the natural remedies of the earth. That is your physician. And let's get to it. What does a doctor mean? Doctor actually is rooted in doctrine. Ooh-wee. So what doctrine do you want to follow? The doctrine of God or the doctrine of man? Because based upon the doctrine of man, it keeps you oppressed, suppressed, and depressed. But the doctrine of God, which is Torah, has made you free. You see that? We can get into all that. We can talk about herbs. We can talk about all that. But at the end of the day, if your mind don't believe you can heal, herbs, fruits, vegetables can't do nothing for you. Nothing. And I've personally seen it on my own experiment with my clients. I'm not talking about just reading books, family. I'm talking about real boots to the ground, real clinical trials, real errors. Yes, I've made errors, real errors, trials and tribulations and successes. And I've come to see the common denominators. The common denominators is your mindset and your environment. If you do not have the mindset and you don't have the environment, herbs, fruits, and vegetables won't help you. It'll help you a little bit, but as far as true restoration, if you don't have the mind to believe that these foods can heal you, then it don't matter. So it says this. You may have heard of placebo referred to as sugar pills. Today, placebos, watch this, family. It's another doctor, it's another witness. Placebos play a crucial role in medical studies in which some participants are given the treatment containing the active ingredients of the medicine, and others are given a placebo. So they're testing their pharmaceutical medicines versus those who are not taking medicine at all, or they're giving them fake medicine like a sugar pill. It said, now watch this, it's about to knock it out the park. It says these type of studies help tell researchers which medicines are effective and how effective they are. Surprisingly, however, in some areas of medicine, placebo, right? It says, as two psychologists interested in how psychological factors work, we help our, let me go to the next slide. I wanted to show that part, right? Now, this is the further part of the article. It says the real life placebo. This is what they found out, family. This is what they found out. It says, today scientists define these so-called placebo effects as the positive outcomes that cannot be scientifically explained by physical effects of the treatment. Research suggests that the placebo effect is caused by positive expectations. God G, VMAT2, dopamine, adrenaline, histamine, serotonin, the provider-patient relationship, and the rituals around receiving medical care. Depression, pain, fatigue, allergies, even irritable bowel syndrome, Parkinson's disease, and even osteoarthritis of the knee are just a few conditions, watch this, that respond positively to placebos, family. Depression. which a lot of the time is dealing with what? A fatigued thyroid, fatigued pituitary gland, parathyroid, pain, which is dealing with inflammation. And when you go to Deuteronomy 28, it talks about, and you should be hit with a botch. If you look at the word botch, it means inflammation. And when you look at Deuteronomy 28, it gives you blessings and it gives you curses. If you really look at the obedience or belief in God, the obedience to his instructions, everything dealing with the blessings was life. And when you go opposite of God and his instructions, everything dealing with us was death. And one of those was not only dealing with the corruptibility of food, and there will be a people over the food, but it was also talking about, based upon that you will be hit with inflammation. But we want to knock the Bible. The Bible is telling us where our freedom is. The Bible is telling us where our healing is. The Torah is telling us how we can be released from this physical, spiritual, emotional, psychological pain, family. You can knock it all you want, but you cannot deny the truth in it. Because all the effects of healing is in there. And they're scientifically proven to you that there's something beyond science. If you believe, if you believe and have positive expectations that you can be healed from what? What did it say? You can be healed from depression, pain, fatigue, allergies, irritable bowel syndrome, Parkinson's disease, and osteoarthritis of the knee, family. And they're saying that they can't even scientifically explain how that is. And you shall be made in the image and likeness of God. Come on, family. Stop playing with the God of this earth. Stop playing with the God of the heavens. He is showing y'all where the power is. I'm telling you, I'm a herbologist. I'm a herbalist. I'm a nutritionist. I'm a dietitian. I'm telling you, as one who uses the elements. If you do not have the belief, then none of it matters. None of it. None of it matters. So it says this. Despite their effectiveness, there is stigma and debate about placebo in the U.S. medicine. I told y'all, right? This is a real debate because there is doctors that don't want to give God the credit. And there are doctors now who are finding out that God is real. That there is a belief that's beyond scientifically that can be proven. So this ain't just no dogma of herbalists and naturopathies going at it. These are doctors who actually believe in pharmaceutical medicines that are now having this war and debate. Because they cannot even understand how are people getting healed off belief. So it says, in a routine medical practice, they are rarely used on purpose, but based upon new understanding of how non-pharmacological aspects of care work, safety, and patient preference, some experts have begun recommending increasing the use of placebos in medicine, family. Just like you see in the doctor's office now, they're actually switching a lot of the diets in the hospital to a vegan diet. And now you're seeing doctors also implement the placebo, or we're going to say the belief effect, in their medical malpractice. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the organization that regulates which medicines are allowed to go into the consumer market, requires that all new medicine, watch this, family, that all new medicine be tested in randomized controlled trials that show, here we go, that show they are better than placebo treatments. So this is the war. They're trying to literally prove, when it comes to these new medicines, that the medicines are way better than the placebo effect. They said this is an important part of ensuring the public has access to high quality medications. So even with the research, family, even with proving that it works, they are so gung-ho on making sure they can prove that medicines are better than placebo effect. So they talking about they can ensure you that medicines is better than belief. This is the government that you serve. This is the social structure that you serve. That they're trying to eliminate God. They're trying to eliminate your belief that you can be healed. That you can be healed. It says, but studies have shown that the placebo effect is so strong that many drugs do not provide more relief than placebo treatments. Man, stop playing with the God of Israel. Stop playing. Stop playing. And we can go into the other elements. I study these stuff. Like this book right here. I understand these systems. I study African medicine, a complete guide to Yoruba healing science and African herbal remedies. That's the difference between our culture and a lot of cultures.
Hey, show that picture again. Show that book again. I didn't get to make it. Oops.
You see it?
There you go. Well, it's kind of okay. There you go. African medicine. Go ahead.
You see it?
Yeah, I saw it. Okay. I hope everybody got that one. All right.
So like this book, right? And we understand the different cultural preferences and access, but like in the Yoruba or Ifa studies, they believe that these orishas govern your glands. They believe that these orishas govern your energy systems. Where I'm saying, when it comes to our culture, we understand that they call orishas, but what we're going to say is angels. We'll use that word, angels and Melakim. That these are our brothers. These are our sisters. And we, being the divine image and likeness of God, we are actually higher than these things. So our belief is, why do we need to go to any other creation when we have the creator? Going back to evil, talking about meats that eat vegetation versus us going to the vegetation. Why do I need to go to anything secondhand when I have a clear and direct connection to the source? Because I have the fragment of the source in me. I am God, Elohim on earth. And if I'm God, Elohim on earth, everything that I needed within me, the source gave it to me directly. You see that? So even when we go into these cultural systems, and I'm not knocking it, I'm just trying to show you the essence of mankind has been so dependent. When we're talking about orishas, whether we're talking about medicine, whether we're talking about pharmaceutical companies, whether we're talking about grocery store, whether we're talking about anything that's dealing with what man made. Anytime we are using, whether that be doctrine or material essence, it is corrupt. Anything dealing with creation, and not corrupt necessarily in its nature, but corrupt as in, I don't need to go to these secondhand sources when I am literally connected with the source. I'm literally connected with the source. And if I'm connected with the source, all I have to do is activate the God gene within me and go to the source and call upon that healing. Which that's why you see when you go to the book of Psalms, you see nothing but healing. He's talking about prayers. And prayers, or we could talk about songs. We talk about energy of music, right? We talk about the essence of music. Because music can also help you heal. Sound can help you heal. And you see that in the Bible, looking at the Psalms. You see sound. You see music. You see essence of vibration. We go to the Genesis. We're talking about a diet now. And yes, you'll see herbs like hyssop, which we're going to go to. That we will see a culture of healing. Because for the most part, the Hebraic culture is an Eastern culture. It's an Eastern culture. Kemet is an Eastern culture. East India is an Eastern culture. The Arab culture is an Eastern culture. And what you will see is a lot of it, we're in agreement when it comes to healing with natural elements. The only difference is in our culture, we believe in the source itself and not the resources. We don't put our divine faith in the resources alone. We know we are part of the source itself. And the reality is we are above all these resources, including the angels, the Malachim, where we want to use the resources. Those two. Can we see that in Psalms and say that I've given angels charge over you? Yes. But in essence, those are our brothers and sisters there to protect us and guide us. But all essence,
I just have to just clarify that the Orisha are just like, they're like just a vibration. Like, so basically, when you talk about the body parts and things like that, that means that those that particular it's a system that allows you to be able to connect that with herbs. It's like it's a whole system. So it's not just, and it's not like it's outside. There's these creatures outside of you. It's all within you. It's not something separate from the creator or you. The Orishas are part of you, the creator, the universe, everything. You understand?
Yeah, I got you. I actually used to practice. My father actually was a priest in the Ifa religion, so I'm very.
So you should know that the Orishas are not separate from you.
I would say this: just like in any religion, right? You have people who have different sects of belief within that religion. Would you agree?
I would say, well, it depends because I would say you have different
perspective. Let me use that word.
perspective. Okay, perspective. Yeah,
Right.
yes.
So you'll see some perspectives where people will create altars, right, for the Orisha.
But that's all those things are placebo, really. Same thing you say, placebo
Right.
That happens with the health and this, that, the other. All those things are really a way of being able to focus the mind on a certain thing to be able to create a placebo effect. Just like they give you a sugar pill, that's just a way that you utilize that tool to focus your mind.
No, I get you. I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with you.
Right.
I'm saying that in essence,
you're not worshiping that thing. You're just that basically it's a tool of being able to focus. You know what I'm saying, on a certain aspect.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm bringing that up is because this is that I'm saying even outside of that, not saying it's outside of self, but outside of that, the ultimate form of healing is the creative. You get what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying in essence that one what there is certain people who do worship. I would say from my
experience. You say the creator's outside of you.
I'm saying he's within and without.
So when you say that you're worshiping the creator, that it's like, but you're understanding that you're worshiping something that's also that you're a part of.
Absolutely, that's what I said. Okay. We are Elohim on earth. That's what that means. It means God.
And that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times that people believe that the African spirituality believes something completely different than what they believe, but it's really all believing. They all listen. Yoruba and Ifa come from the same region as Israel and Islam. They come from the same, and Egypt. All these things come from that area. Yoruba people migrated to Nigeria.
Right.
They were in Mecca in Mecca and parts of like the Nile and Kush, all that. They were all in those areas. So, and they migrated to Nigeria to Ile-Ife. So you have to understand that there was a school of thought that was happening anyway in that area, and so there's a lot of if you put things side by side, you'll see that they're pretty much saying basically the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I think that the separation is the illusion, but the main thing, I don't want to veer too far off from the presentation, but I just wanted to like make that statement. So.
Oh no, I understand. I'm saying from the essence of this, even with the comparative area or region that we're in, even within that, there was perspective of spirituality, right? And so, in essence, what I'm saying is, if we are God's on earth, we are that direct connection to earth. I mean, to the Most High, right? We don't need to necessarily look without or within. And what I mean within, in the essence of what you said of the vibration over each gland. That's what I'm saying.
So when I said that, because earlier I talked about how everything is vibration. Music, right. Even us, we're pretty much, even with the fact that you can see me is because of the certain like molecules vibrating and things like matter and all other things, right? And I can give you an actual example of that, how sounds vibrate, everything, and even creation itself was what does it say? And God said,
yep.
Sound, boom, let there be light, right? Boom, whatever. Then there was a boom, and everything that there was. So all throughout creation, sound exists. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
And if you actually were to put probably a microphone up to us, we have probably are vibrating on a certain frequency.
Oh, so, yeah, there's an actual test for that too.
Yeah. So basically, all that they did was they took those things and took that understanding of vibration sonically, color wise, a body part, and then they broke it down from your actual physical body, then down to the herbs, then the community, up into the stars, into the universe, and said, okay, we're going to call these things Orisha. You know what I'm saying? And break them down that way. So scientifically, when they discuss it, you actually, but a lot of that stuff is really not discussed amongst the common people. It's really discussed on a higher level with priests. They don't really, you don't really, unless you really get into it, you don't really, it's not common knowledge about what the true religion is, the true belief is.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I was in there.
Yeah, and it's like it's an esoteric thing. Just like you have certain Kabbalah that breaks down the same way.
Right.
And people might say, "Oh, that's evil. It's witchcraft," but it's actually a part of the system. It's the mysticism aspect of the Torah. You know what I'm saying?
So, I want to make sure I'm what you're saying. In essence, what you're saying is not, you're not deifying it. But
No.
what you're doing is you're just calling an energy within yourself a certain name.
It's a scientific practice. All it is the scientific aspect of the community. That, you know how you have the Hebrew community has every community has their kind of mystics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those are the people that kind of understood the fauna, the land, and were the people that actually did the healing of that community, because there was no hospital. So all of Babalawo is like a general practitioner. Like, you go to the emergency room.
Right.
And then you have other priests that were a part of the community in Ifa that when the Babalawo would know certain stuff, but there was a limit to what he could do. Okay, well, this is the person in the community that would know how to fix that. And then that's where you get the original. You have different people, certain personalities of people that worked in the community a certain way. And then it's a little bit more to it than that. But I just wanted to be clear that we understood from a. And that's how those communities were even done in ancient Hebrew communities. 'Cause I'm sure you guys have your priest of this, your priest of the music priest, the health priest, the whatever, different. And it's like people think that this different, but it's really not. That's what I'm saying.
So basically, I'm gonna speak as the outsider looking in.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, DJ Genesis Detroit is saying, go to your Orisha or the Baba to, to get that healing reading, so to say. I just want to make sure I'm correct. And you, Mikael, is saying you don't even need to do that. You can go directly to the Creator. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
That's not what's actually happening here. What's happening is I'm saying that people think that there's a difference in how this thing is done, and really it's not.
Okay.
It's like you go to the doctor to find out what's wrong with you. Back then, they went to the Babalawo. They didn't have doctors.
Right.
Just like they would go to Dr. Ben Or as a herbalist. Well, they would tell him, well, this is what I think I'm feeling. Okay, well, based on that, now he would probably ask certain questions to do his inquiry to find out what the problem is based on what you tell him. Because he probably doesn't use a divination system. You tell him a certain thing, and he knows what herbs go along with that particular what could possibly be. In Chinese medicine, you would go to a place, they would take your pulse, look at your tongue and your eyes, and they say, okay, and then they would go to the back somewhere and do a reading using I Ching, and then come back out and say, these are the herbs you need. That's pretty much what is happening when you go to see a Babalawo. It's the same thing. You go to a Babalawo, something's wrong. It's usually because in general, you're probably feeling like something, man, I'm not feeling good, I can't sleep, whatever the problem is. And then he does a reading and say, okay, you might have some stomach issues, but you also he'll probably be able to tell you haven't been sleeping, have you? You know what I'm saying? You've been, based on this, you haven't been sleeping, you haven't been doing this, you haven't been doing that. You might need to go see this priest over here. So and I can tell you instances where that's happened with me. I was I was told all kind of stuff went to the Babalawo, then went to a Chinese herbal medicine guy who did another reading and was able to break it down even further. So, but until you actually know about that way of life, you would probably think it was, that's just demonic. But that's just their way of prescribing the issue, find out what's wrong with the person, and then be able to fix the issue.
So what you're saying is They do spiritual philosophy within medical practice.
It's basically their spiritual way, spiritual system of diagnosis, because it's gonna diagnose you from the head, your head down to your toe. It's almost like doing a CAT scan, or you know, an X or whatever, a CAT MRI. What's the one that do the whole? It's like a circle. What is that?
Mhm.
And then from there, they're able to tell you what's wrong with you, your environment, your mind, your body, everything. If you're on the right track, are you doing
Mhm.
things? You know, that's what it is. But that's how that culture does it. I would
No, I got what you're saying. I got exactly what
I
you're
would be similar to like I think the closest thing that exists in today's world is I Ching. It's an Ifa or like Taoism.
No, I got exactly what you're saying.
Right.
I would say that from what I just heard from you, that is a new perspective of it that I will definitely meditate on.
Yeah, we can actually get it deep into. I can like show you a whole presentation and breaking things down from like, you know, breaking down what body parts each Orisha represents, so that when you
Yeah,
get a reading and this comes out, they'll be able to tell you, boom.
It's all about on this.
Oh, okay, yeah. So let's say, okay, they can tell you, okay, this, and then there's an Odu. Each Odu represents a certain body part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm familiar with it.
yeah.
I'm familiar with it.
Mhm.
I was just saying the essence of philosophy on the thought, just from my personal experience,
Mhm.
growing up, and then also my studies and what I've seen.
Mhm.
What you're saying is a new perspective for me.
Well, that you know what's so crazy is that the perspective that is honestly. Cause let me tell you something. The reason why I became a priest in Nephi was because I was actually about to die. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm.
actually was in the hospital with COVID. I had a baby. The baby died. I was on the death door on my way out. Actually, getting the initiation saved my life. I had to take 9 days of like basically detoxing and just regenerating my whole self, and then a whole year of detoxing, and you know, it's like a whole year of isolation. So
Mm.
but the whole thing is like that reset, you know. And so a lot of people, some people get become a priest because they're called to it. Now, of course, there's a calling aspect as well, but also because there is a life threatening situation. Sometimes if you don't do the calling in time, you might end up losing your life. So that's another thing. It might be because I was supposed to been and did it and didn't do it, whatever. That's another story.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, um, the main thing I wanted to make sure is that people. The reason why I would say you should know that perspective is because if you go into tribes and anything, like I said, Ifa is nothing but that group of people in that region's um, mystical systems. And when it really breaks down, is that they did not have hospitals. Who do you think they went to? These were the priests they went to. So you would be actually considered in Hebrew, and you would be that person. There would be no hospital. They would come to you to get the diagnosis.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? There is no ambulance. There is no. So guess who are people in the community? The priests. You know what I'm saying? To figure out what's going on, and also to fix community issues, to fix mental and health and physical issues within the community.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the Kohanim in our culture.
Yeah. So this is the same thing. But it's like I said, people think it's different, and it's really not. Yeah. The more and more I'm researching and I'm finding out there is no difference.
Attention,
Okay.
your battery
Well,
is fully
definitely,
charged. Please unplug the power
consider what
That
adapter.
thing, whatever that is really detailed, and it's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
please unplug the battery with your right hand.
That's these
You
apples.
know what I'm saying? Slowly, because it's like really detailed.
Mhm.
I learned something new tonight about you. So basically, you grew up in the Ifa tradition. You said your father
Yeah,
was a priest. I didn't know that.
yeah.
And I know you a long time. I didn't know that.
Hmm.
And then you got says the Hebrew culture,
Yeah.
which we know from doing the research. You know, me being a social anthropologist, from my research, the Yoruba are subclans in the Yoruba are in fact Israelites. That's hands down.
Hmm.
Now, I wanna ask you a question. What was you trying to explain? Because um, she is right when you start speaking about Daoism and there are similarities.
Yeah. For sure.
You was pressing going directly to the source, and I noticed that you keep mentioning where Elohim embodied in human form.
Yeah.
So, which I acknowledge that. You know, I acknowledge that.
Right.
Where are you trying to suggest when you say go directly to the source? Because you're also a Rofe. If I have a problem, I will come to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think DJ Genesis
You
hit
say,
the
would you
nail.
go back? Go back. So
When
he
she
go to
said,
you go to the source. Why would you go to him? Go to the source
right,
and fix it.
right.
You wouldn't need to have to go
I
to him.
think, I think
It's
she
kind of
hit it
placebo
like,
effect. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's silly. I'm sorry.
okay. Yeah, I'm
You know. Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead. You got something to say? Go ahead.
No,
I'll
I
wait
was
for you to
saying
get done.
because he just spoke about the placebo effect. So if you believe that you could be healed, you eat the right things, vegetables, etc., you shouldn't get sick at all.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
that's
so
technically how it is, even in if you actually in anything. That's just period. That's mic drop. You know what I'm saying? Done. That's it. You shouldn't get sick, right?
Right.
However, in that time, if you so there isn't that we are human beings and we're fallible, right? So no one's perfect.
remember where I left off at, y'all. Remember where I left off
We're
at.
gonna have
Go
hiccups.
ahead.
You said you would go to the Rofe if you had an issue, if you were had a sickness that was so in that given time, because you said that he said that you should go to the source, right?
Mm.
Now there comes a time that you would have to combine when it says faith without works is dead, right? So just believing itself is great, but you have to believe and actually put like something towards it. You know what I'm saying? If I just believe I'm gonna be okay, and I don't go outside in the sun, and I don't get up and I just sit there and lay there, that's not gonna work. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to get up.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Can y'all remember where I left off at? Because I was trying to explain to him, but she was.
You said something about
Can I go?
Yeah. Go
You
ahead.
say Elohim embodied.
Okay. Oh, yep. Elohim embodied in human form. So one thing I'm noticing about the vegan diet and health, because I'm traveling throughout Africa, I think one of the disadvantages is when you look at a lot of these healers in different societies, it seems as though that it's their dietary lifestyle kind of isn't like how you see in Dimona. Like when you go to Dimona, notice the people heal faster because it's structured within the community setting itself. So what I'm asking you is, and DJ Genesis hit it on the nail. She said, yeah, we're doing everything the same. The only thing that's separate is the divination. Because you know, when you go Ifa priest or priestess, they do the divination and all that. You know what I mean? To get their diagnosis.
Right.
Do you do a divination to get a diagnosis? How do you do that too? Yeah, that's my question. How do you diagnose a patient? Because in the Ifa tradition and other traditions, a lot of them deal with divinations and readings and things like that. How, if I come to you with a problem, a health problem, how do you diagnose it?
Great question. So one of the ways we diagnose is by simply observation. The root of science is observation. So seeing, let's say somebody has blemishes on their skin, bumpy patches. Let's say that your urination is smelling, their armpits is smelling, they have stinky breath, their defecation is smelling. Those are all indicators and signs that there's an imbalance in sickness. The next step we do, because we do something called a urination test too, where we can have you actually urinate the first thing in the morning before you eat or drink anything. You urinate in a mason jar and you cap it and then let it sit for about 24 to 48 hours. And what we're looking for is not only yellow urine. We're not looking for clear urine. Clear urine is either a sign that you definitely are not filtrating properly or you've been drinking a lot of water the day before, but typically your urine is going to be yellow. And what we're looking for is those foamy particles at the bottom sitting at the bottom. That let us know that your kidneys are properly filtrating, your lymphatic system is properly eliminating, and that metabolic waste is eliminating out of the body. That's one way. Another way is I also do what you call CBC readings. So I'm able to look at a blood count test and look at all the numeric numbers to say if you get enough hemoglobins, if you're getting enough iron and oxygen to the cells, if your WBCs is down, if your RBCs is down. And this is letting me know if you get either enough nutrition or there's a so-called virus or infection within the body. So I do readings like that.
So let me show you this. Say that one day there's no more electricity.
Mm-hmm.
There's no more how do you diagnose then?
You say there's no more electricity?
Just say you're in a place that doesn't have any electricity or internet or anything. You just know nothing. You're just in the woods somewhere outside.
It's the same process.
So how do you do a CBC blood test in that situation?
That's just one part of it. That's just one part.
So I'm saying is that somebody is sick or they're having certain symptoms. However, what happened is that before these blood tests existed,
mm-hmm.
right? That's where the divination would come into play because they didn't have an X-ray machine, they didn't have a CAT scan, MRI. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they had divination. So it's probably there is so.
I would say this. Going with the example, your body don't lie. It never lies.
Mm-hmm.
It would tell you the truth. If you losing weight really fast, it's telling me that you may be anemic. If you gaining weight pretty fast, that's telling me that you're dealing with hypothyroidism. If you're having patches and scaly skin, that's telling me that you're parasitic. If you're dealing with sleep apnea, that's telling me that your neurological system is off, your thyroid is off, your pineal gland is off because your circadian rhythm is not on its right rhythm.
Right. So what you would be considered is an Osain.
Okay.
In our community, you would be considered Osain. So and I'm sure that with everything that you just told me, you know each plant that goes to fix each of those things, or each.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's that. So in our society, that's just considered Osain. Now the Babalawo, somebody would go to them and say something's wrong. I've been throwing up or whatever, and then the Babalawo would give a general. You know how you go to the doctor and then the doctor sends you to a specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got the family physician and they send you off to a specialist.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what the Babalawo is. The Babalawo can't give you like the in-depth breakdown how you did. He could just say there's something wrong. Okay, yeah. You need to go see the Osain. You know what I'm saying?
That'll be the one you're saying to do the divination, correct?
No, the Babalawo is the one that does the divination.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Osain would be like what you do. What you're doing right now, that you're the person in the community that would be Osain. You would be able to say, because the Babalawo is going to come and say, hey, they're having something wrong with their stomach.
No, I'm saying the Babalawo, you saying he won't be able to necessarily break it down like me, but in his way to understand,
he might say there's something wrong with your stomach. There's something wrong in this region right here. In your sacral chakra, in this whole area, you need something. You go see a doctor. Something's wrong with that area, and then you go see an Osain, and you tell them, and then whatever your diagnosis way of diagnosing will be able to give a deeper understanding of what's happening.
So I'm asking, which one is doing the divination?
In both cases, there might be some form of divination. Like the Babalawo might do the Ikin, the Osain might or may not do a divination. They might just know what to give you, depending on what if they need to or not. They might not need to. They might just be able to just jump right in and say, this is what you need, and here's what you're saying. How you might be able to say, I might be able to say, okay, this is what my symptoms are, and if they're long enough, they've been doing it long enough. You know what I'm saying? They might be able to off rip say, okay, boom, this is what you take. But it takes years to develop that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Years to be able to just, okay, this is what the herb what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? So
basically the divination will only be used if the person don't know the diagnosis, if I'm correct. They'll go to the divination, and through divination, it exposes the diagnosis. Yeah. But in some cases, They don't have to go to divination.
No,
They automatically.
they would
Whereas you
no.
saying you just there is no divination, so to say. It's just
I would say
diagnosis.
this.
No.
He's been doing it long enough he's been doing it long enough.
I would say this, using the example what she said in your question, right? When you look at the one who would have to do the divination based upon, I would say the lack of practical knowledge, right? But you have one that has the practical knowledge and necessarily does not need that.
They don't need to do
What I'm saying is, that's exactly what I'm saying, where I'm not here for you to keep coming to me.
right.
I'm here to teach you the practical knowledge so you no longer need a middleman.
And that's the point of
Right.
it. Really, you're not supposed to need to go to a Babalawo. You're supposed to eventually, at some point, like me, I don't need to go see a Babalawo anymore.
I see what's going on. Okay. Basically, you got the Babalawo and you got that other person. What's the other person called?
The Olarisha. So,
Okay,
but the
so
Olarisha, there's different types of Olarisha. So he would be considered a Osain Olarisha. So his thing would be
that's what I'm looking for.
Osain.
That's what I'm looking for.
They call
The
it
Osain, he's basically saying as a Osain or a Rofe, the Rofe came because of our fall. So once, see, what it looks like is that the Babalawo is a product of the fall. Originally, we was all Osain or Rofe in that sense. So what he's saying is, I'm going to give you the element, whereas though you won't even have to come to me. You become the embodiment of the Rofe or the Osain. Then that eliminates the Babalawo. There would be no need for the Babalawo in the sense of, because everybody just got.
You know what that's called? It's called a society of priests, and that's how it's really supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be.
Okay, look, hold on. Follow me. Come back here, Genesis. Come back here, Genesis. We agree. Come back here. I purposely put this interview together on purpose. Now let me tell you why. I've already knew that the Babalawo was a product of the fall, just like the prophets was a product of the fall. The prophets were symbolic to the divination. Follow me.
Let me even break it down even more. Let me break it down even more. I can tell you the story that happened in Ephah of the fall.
Let me finish.
The story.
We agree. Hold on. Let me just finish. Let me do this because it's very important. The Babalawo would be similar to the prophets. The prophets came because of a fall. The prophets were in communication through a form of Hebraic divination with Yahweh. The Babalawo is in divination with the ancestors. Watch me. But these two came from a product of the fall because originally everybody was a kingdom of Kohanim or priests or Elohim on earth. So with the Rofe or this person that you just said in the Yoruba vernacular would be a tool or a mechanism to school or teach the community to eliminate the prophets, to eliminate Babaluaiye, because there will be no need. Because once he teaches us, I ain't got to keep going back to the Rofe. I automatically know what's going on with my body. That's what it means. There will be no middleman no more. There will be no mediator, which is the prophets or the Babaluaiye, because you become that which wills to exist.
Correct.
That's so you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain is
so that's all.
Start saying these things right. Baba, father of the mystery system. So Babalawo. Okay, let's say it right. Let's start. We can't keep calling it Babaluaiye and Boogaloo and Mama say, Mamaku say. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to start pop locking. You keep Babaluaiye, Boogaloo, all that, you know. So let's start saying it right first. Okay, now number two. So the story, right? Okay, just like they have Moses, I think is like the prophet in, I think, the Torah. Jesus is the prophet of the Christian Bible. Buddha is the prophet of the Tao. Who is the prophet in Hinduism? I forget who it is. Who's the prophet of that? I forget, but I can't remember. And then you have in Ifa, Orunmila
Krishna.
is the prophet. Krishna is the prophet of the Hindu. Orunmila is the prophet of Ifa, or of of that Isheshe, right? So what happened is Orunmila was on the earth just like the prophets. It's this very similar story. He traveled around the world. He came into contact with Buddhism, with Buddha. He came into contact with Krishna. He came into contact with Moses. He came into contact with Jesus. He reincarnated and came into contact with all of these things, right? Um, there's the story of how the Babalawo became is because it was his son. There's a greeting called Abaluaiye Overview, and so I guess he when they would all greet each other a certain way. And one day, one of his sons said he didn't greet, he didn't do the greeting. You know what I'm saying? He didn't give his respect to his father, which was a Rumila. So Rumila asked him, so why didn't you greet me? He says, well, I got the same tools as you got. And he said, okay. So then he left and didn't come back. And then they said, well, what then there was this big pestilence going on, and they were all looking for, where's the Rumila? Where's the Rumila? Because he was usually the one that would be able to know what ways to fix the situation at the time. He was gone. He went back. He went up to heaven. They went up and asked him, are you going to come back? What's going on? He said, no, I'm never coming back. Basically, and he said, why? He said, well, you want to deal with me? Here are your tools to deal with me. You talk to me if you want to deal with me. The way you did, because he that level of disrespect, because there was 3 times where he got disrespected a certain way, and I guess the 3rd time he said, I'm not coming back. So you have to deal with me on this level. I'll be up here. You deal with me from this, and you'll deal with me that way. And that's why it was out of like, and that's like, and the real story is like this about ego, about getting too big for your britches and thinking that you're bigger than whatever, I'm saying, the higher power, I'm saying. So that was pretty much the story that was behind. So there was a fall based on egoism that caused people to have to go through the Babalawo to speak to Orunmila, where initially Orunmila was here for all. So that's actually the story behind it.
That's deep. That's deep. Oh, and so people would know, I'm sorry. Babalu is in East African vernacular. You go to the Kukula and different tribes in East Africa, they pronounce the la with a oo sound. So in some East African societies, they will say Babalu.
Oh,
And
Babalu.
West Africa. So y'all know I'm not just making up a word or mispronouncing it. I'm in East Africa, so they speak Kiswahili. So mother would be mama, father would be baba.
So let me just give you an example. Babaluaiye. That's why I had to make you separate from Babalawo to
No, but I'm
Babalu.
saying,
Because
I know.
Babaluaiye is a specific orisha that deals with a disease.
Yeah, that's in West, right. That's in West Africa.
So
What I'm
that's why
saying is Baba.
I wanted to like separate make sure we say the right thing when we talk about
I am
Babalawo.
saying I'm saying Babalu correctly in Swahili and East African
Oh,
vernacular.
okay,
The
okay.
Babalu and the Babalawo is the same thing. One is just East African dialect, other is West African. When you go into Yoruba, they say Babalawo. When you go into the Kuku,
There are
no,
Babaluaiye, which are priests in how to heal
yeah, I
disease,
know,
infectious
yeah,
diseases.
I
So I
know that.
wanted to know that we're making
I, I
say
know.
the right thing.
When I say Babalu, for to be clear, I'm speaking strictly in what you know as the Noyombo dialect, the Chaga dialect. They say Babalu.
Okay,
When you go over to West Africa, when you're talking about the Yoruba of Nigeria, they say Babalawo. I know in the Ifa, they have a similar word that talks about pestilence and death. I'm not talking about that. So what I'm saying is your story is correct. When this Babalu or Babalawo or Nabin or Nabe, these prophets came, They came when our nation Israel, which the Yoruba are a part of, when we fell. So when we fell, prophets came, or Babalawo came with a form of divination to connect us to the creator. When these Rophets came, these healers, which you call Mikael in the Yoruba vernacular, to separate him from the Babalawo, that was the one that had the practical knowledge through observation, like the movie Five Deadly Venoms. You have 5 elements or 5 reptiles. You got the centipede, snake, scorpion, lizard, and toad. True science is observation. So the Rofé is observing you as you're going through these off balances, so to say. And then he diagnoses you, and on top, he teaches you at the same time about the diagnosis and health. So once everybody in the community is on that same line of consciousness, then what happens? The Babalu or the Babala or the Nabe cease to exist. The age of the prophets or the age of the Babalawo ceases to exist because
The only
everybody
thing,
already
hold
know
on,
how to.
the only difference is, well, I
No,
would say this is that maybe in your, and maybe that's what happened in y'all's community, but
no,
with,
no, no, no,
oh,
no.
okay.
Let me just finish. I'm not saying this is universal for everybody.
That's
So
what
let's
that's
just make
happening
it clear.
within the Hebrew community.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
okay.
I'm just giving like a universal idea and an explanation of what is being said differently, but it's still complementing each other. Like when the prophets came to us, because remember, if you go to Bereshit chapter 4, verse 26, it says this was a time when a man began to pray. And it uses the Hebrew word tafallah, the root word palah, which is to judge oneself. This is when man began to judge oneself and call out the name of Yahweh. Prior to that, nobody was calling out on the name because we understood that we were Yahweh. We were the Rophei. That's the point. There was no need for like a mediator. So that's what I'm getting. I'm saying I'm interconnecting both discussions. The sister's talking about the Babalawo. If the Babalawo, then there's other elements in Ifa that you can go to somebody that can just look at you. And sometimes even the Babalawo can look at you and automatically know what the problem is. If you don't know what the problem is, then he'll do a form of divination to give you the idea, and then send you to a practical herbalist to now heal you. But once everybody knows how to heal themselves, it eliminates going to any form of divination because you'll just automatically know what's going on with your body. And we know that fruits and vegetables are to be eaten in accordance to the season that it grow in. Each what I learned at the school of the prophets, each fruit and vegetable is for a certain organ of the body. The word nefesh in Hebrew, they translate as soul. In the Hebrew culture, the soul is the internal organs of the body. This is why you talk about soul food. When you eat certain foods, it can either damage or enhance an organ in the body. So once the Rofei teaches us this science of observation, I don't have to go to the prophet no more, or even the Levitical priest. I wouldn't even have to go to the priest no more because we become priests. Remember I said that domino effect? When you look at Exodus chapter 19, verse 6, it says, y'all will be a kingdom of priests, meaning that we'll be a priest to the nations of the earth, whereas the Levitical priests will be a priest to us. Just like the Messiah effect, as the Hebrew nation as a whole, which the Yoruba is a part of, you know what I'm saying? When we will be a Messiah to the nations of the earth, whereas though our lineage king will be a Messiah to us. You see that domino effect? So I think both of y'all are correct, actually. It's one is just talking about certain things that have been used for a cause. Whereas though this is why these Babalaos came or these prophets came, because the people were off. If everybody is God, then there is no need for anybody to come to us. These prophets or these seers and healers came because we were damaged.
Yes.
So once we come into the realization of who we are, listen to what we're saying. I'm saying literally 5.5 million BCE, we incarnated as Elohim on earth. I'm saying that system of creating the universe or the multiverse is Elohim, Israel, embodied in etheric state. They use the residue of their cosmic body to create the solar system. Because remember, when we read in Jeremiah 51:19, says, for the portion of Yahuwah is not like them. For Israel is the form of all things. And Israel is the rod of Yahweh's inheritance. So in that retrospect, if we go back to the concept of being Elohim and the Rophim of our bodies, then we can basically cause atomic explosions consciously. We can build and destroy consciously.
Yes.
That's the level of power that practicing this till it becomes what we see. This is why we see the results in Dimona.
Yes.
This is why because we understood the ecology of each person. Because you were in Dimona, brother. Everybody and Sister DJ Genesis don't know, but I'm gonna tell it live. If she don't have a passport, right, or she already have it, I'm already making arrangements, sister, for you for 2 weeks to stay in Dimona. I ain't even get to tell you yet, right? But I
I
talked
do
to
have
some
a passport.
people.
My kids don't, though. I gotta get them a passport.
Well, good news. We arranging you to come to New World Passover in May, from the 20th of May to the 3rd of June.
Oh,
So
wow.
yes, I'm announcing it live to everybody that you will be in Dimona, our gift to you, right? Yeah, we're gonna get you the plane ticket round trip, and you're gonna stay in the kafal, and you're gonna be able to get see. This is why I got the brother here. It was all arranged. So I'm already in contact with Dr. Gazriel Ben Yahuda. So the one that the elder that was on here that we interviewed, we want DJ Genesis to come to New World Passover, because at New World Passover, she's going to meet Ephah priestess, Ephah priest, princes all throughout Africa, dignitarians. Like, you would be sitting there eating watermelon, and another brother and sister would be eating watermelon. It could be the late Winnie Mandela's brother. He just sitting right there. You just having a discussion. You just chilling. But my thing, I have to do this. I'm doing the spirit of Slum Village. You understand, DJ Genesis?
Yep.
Got me doing. You gotta see the Mona. You gotta see it, because when you see it, then you'll be like that. You see the words. I can't even express it. I'm so happy. I wanted to tell you the other day. I knew this almost a week, right? But we did so many shows, I didn't get a chance to tell you. So we all going together, and I'm gonna be there too.
Sweet. Okay.
So you'll stay. They got a guest house in the Kafar, so I'm gonna arrange it. You know what I mean, with the leadership over there. So you'll stay in the guest house. Mikael Ben Or know the setup. He know the setup. You know what I'm saying? So you go there. You go through the sacred vessel. Matter of fact, real fast, Mikael, could you explain when you did the visitation of Dimona step by step? Because I believe you went with your wife, children, and all that, correct?
I want my wife, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you explain what you've seen in the whole tour from an African Edenic perspective versus going on a European Jewish tour?
So
with DJ Genesis?
So when we went, it was like if I remember correctly, it was like a 3 or 4 day tour. I know the end part we couldn't go to. We were gonna go to Egypt, but the bus broke down, so we weren't able to go to that part. But the elder took us through, and he just showed us the city of David. He showed us the mountains of Moab and Yehuda, and giving us the real history. He showed us that area where the tectonic place is, and just proving not only is the city in East Africa, but we are the people. We even got to interview an actual real Ishmaelite who told us their history. Wow. Like, he told us their history and just how they're getting treated. And it's very crazy because it's almost as if how they treat us in the slums of America, what they're going through. And it was just a real blessing. I mean, for me, I cried, because it's not too many people get to go home, like a real home, like where your ancestors walked. Like, we can talk about going to certain parts of Africa, but a lot of us can't connect to what part of Africa, you know what I mean? But that place when you kind of divinely know who you are, to go home and see our people in Dimona, how they're moving and just the authority they have in certain areas. I came back with a very high zeal. I came back to know that community and establishing society for our people was real, because they showed it. Like, anytime that I talk about community structure or economical building for our people, I use them as an example. That's how powerful the community is. I just remember sitting in the class with a Torah class with a group of people, and it was like a 7-8-year-old, and we was going through Wa'ikra, we was going through Leviticus, and this is when I was really freshly learning Hebrew. And he read the whole chapter in like 2 minutes. I'm thinking he's still on verse 3. That's how fast he was going. So that dynamic, why am I saying it? Because that dynamic showed you even how the elders and the parents are making sure that their children are getting the culture down. Like, you're not going to find too many places that people that come from where we come from and really be able to establish the African Edenic experience in lifetime. I'm saying that on the record. Like, you're not when you wearing the cultural apparel, you speaking the cultural language, you practicing the cultural spirituality system, everything intact. You can't name 5 communities that are doing that.
That's and I feel as though that community is an example. I would like to read something real fast to the listening audience. You go to House of Consciousness or Side Studios. One of the things that is said, and I agree totally, they say source up or shut up. So I would like to read some articles, because here at Alchemizing Energy, founded by the host DJ Genesis Detroit, we show sources over here. DJ Genesis shows sources, I show sources. So one of the things we do is show sources. So I just want to read a couple of newspaper articles about Dimona real quick. So I'm looking here in this piece in the Essence magazine known as The Prophecy, February 1996, page 54. They said, arriving in Israel, we were accepted as immigrants and settled in the southern town of Dimona. In the ensuing years, our resolve would be sorely tested, as periodically the government sought to deport us or deny us work, education, and health care. But the challenge only hasn't our development of schools, holistic healthcare, organic farms, and other institutions that strengthened us. In the piece in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, December the 9th, 1994, call goes out for return to Africa. Ben Ami Ben Israel's Israelite community is free of drugs and violence, education, and poverty. In over 25 years, none of the members has had cancer, diabetes, venereal disease, or AIDS. In the Chicago Sun-Times, December the 12th, 1994, page 23, the Black Hebrews at Home, it says, the new educational facilities facilitates classrooms that are packed with students are garbed in the navy blue uniforms ordained by their teachers, who insist on high standards of personal hygiene as well as immaculate dress. It says in the Founding Fair State Settlement in the Emerge magazine, February 1995, on page 16, it says, the Hebrew Israelite community, the largest organized settlement of African Americans outside the United States, is known for the absence of violence, drug abuse, and other social ills. I stop there. I pass it to either DJ Genesis or the Rofa, excuse me. The Rofi, excuse me. Rofa is for the female. By the way, you got the Rofe and you got the Rofa. So the Rofa is feminine. Am I correct, Rofe?
Okay.
Well, you know,
Okay.
I don't think a woman could be Osain in Ifa. I think it's usually for the male things. They'll be Osain priest. And so let me just give you an example. So I am a Oya priest. That's my in the community. I do not know how to do divination. I don't know how. I don't know how. So all the priests don't. Every priest does not know how to do divination. That's
Indeed.
special. That's a a
That's true.
specialty. So
I think
at some time, huh?
you know what I do like about Ifa? They do know the anatomy of the body. And one thing about late Dr. Lala Africa, he expresses in the book African Holistic Health, he expresses that the reason that there's many misdiagnoses in the United States because the anatomy structure that the Eurogentile is using is based on their anatomy and not our anatomy. Well, when you look at the E5 body structural chart, it's designed with the body structure of a E1B1, a E1B, a E1B1A anatomy, so to say. And the so-called Black Americans have that E1B1A anatomy. So the bodily chart that the E5 practitioner is using is actually an accurate and correct body structure of our body structures versus the Europeans. They use their own body structure and anatomy to diagnose all people, and you can't do that. So that's definitely a plus that I will say in the E5 tradition, because it's the same thing when you look at the bodily structure. It reminds me of Chinese agriculture. And you know that you got a certain amount of pressure points in the body. So when you look at the E5 bodily chart, it gives you basically the pressure point of the body structure, but from our body anatomy. So that's how, because you can't, because if you look at each nation, their ethnogenesis is also grafted in the environmental condition of not evolution, but adaptation. So the foods that they eat around them and what they ingest physically and mentally, psychologically and spiritually also shapes their ethnogenesis.
Yes.
So you can't have the same bodily chart as a Czechoslovakian. Their whole anatomy and structure is different. You can't, like, I'm over here, you know how it is over here, Mikael.
Listen,
You live, a lot of people, I don't know if he told you, DJ Genesis. So brother Mikael lives in the United States and Tanzania. So he lives in both places.
I wanted to
So
show you
yeah,
something. So
am I
this
correct,
is
Mikael?
hold on. This
Yeah.
is wait, get in the camera. Oh, look.
Hello.
That
Who the-
is
ah,
Baatin's dog. That is me and me and Baatin.
oh, that's, you don't know Mikael. That's Baatin, the rapper from Slum. You remember Slum Village?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
his daughter.
Oh, okay. How you doing?
The brother that passed away that's in Slum Village.
Yeah.
That's his daughter.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's his daughter.
And this is our one
Yeah.
she picked up off the street.
And to your daughter, let me say something to your daughter real quick.
Go ahead.
Young sister, your father was a lyrical genius. I'm putting this on record. It is an honor to be speaking to this sister, because one of the founding members of Slum Village, this is his daughter. So this is the first brother to ever rap in Hebrew in the United States, like a whole song, like a whole entire song. Like if you go to some of the slum villages old videos, you'll see him with the purple turbans on, the different turban rap, and he was acknowledging that he was an Israelite. So we got natural born bred Israelites right here. Shalom, young sister. Bye. Oh, she blushing. She like, yo, her father was a, oh man. Anybody that's listening, if you don't know who Slum Village is, you need to get some Slum Village music. They even got some other music, updated music too. But get the original albums that her husband, yo, go over in the joke outside. Out on that microphone. He was.
So yeah,
He can, he can actually come out today and be better than most of these rappers right now because his style of rap, it was before its time.
Right.
Like he had one of them futuristic styles. So because he's in that same category with like Andre 3000, all them different cats. And you know what I mean? If you're talking about Mos Def and Talib Kweli and Cat Black Thought from the Roots, so that whole Detroit hip hop vibe, he was in the midst of that. So may the brother continue to rest in completeness within the osmotic world of existence and pure will. And you see what he has done, DJ Genesis, he have drawn you, your daughter's father have drawn you, his spirit has drawn you to the day for you to be taking this trip to Dimona. Remember I told you, I kept telling you that your daughter's father's spirit draws me to do this. So there you go right there. There you go with the turban on his head. There you go right there. So this is not accidental. This is not coincidental. This is all prophetic because like Voltron, everything has to connect. All those of like minds that want to reestablish themselves as a kingdom of priests on this earth, we're connected. Rofe, let me ask you a question. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
When you look into Genesis, right, and you see that Kawa and Ha'adam, which Kawa was a part of, or Zakawa Nikki Va, were told not to eat of the fruit. What is your philosophical and theosophical view, or put it correctly, yasophical view of the fruit? I always wanted to ask you that because you're a healer. So how do you define the fruit? Was it a literal fruit? Was it an apple? Was it a pomegranate? What was it? When we're told of these trees you can eat, but of this you can't eat, right? Define this symbolic or literal understanding. I would like to hear from your thoughts.
So I'm gonna read something
As a okay.
from this.
I think that was.
Did you want me to bring it up on the screen?
Yeah, you can go to Genesis chapter 3. Let's see.
I got to put some questions out there for you, Rofe.
That's all good. It's all good.
Because you're a healer. So now I want to see how a healer views that verse. Yep, we can see it. We can see it.
I want to go to verse, let's see. let's start at verse 21. Go down. So when we read, right, let me pull it up and put a Hebrew on the side.
We see something. We see a screen.
Yep. So it says, and Adam called his Isha, his wife, Hawa, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us. Now, when you look at it, right, from my perspective of these two trees, you got the tree of life, and then you have, it said, clearly you have the tree of knowledge, of good and evil. So we can look at this as two trees that hold doctrine or consciousness. There's a certain type of information that these two trees hold. Particularly, he told us not to eat from that doctrine or eat from that understanding or eat from that knowledge, because it was going to then expose us to certain, I would say, certain information that we were not to be privy to. So if you can pull that back up for me. So then he says to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life, which that tree of life, from my understanding, could represent eternity, represent this immortal being, that Elohistic God on earth. Seeing that him eating from that tree of knowledge or that doctrine or that understanding, it is what caused him to fall from his godly estate or his godly being. So when they prohibited him from getting back to eating that tree of life, when they say he become as one of us, there was certain esoteric, just like we was talking about the priest, there was certain knowledge that I believe you would agree with, Prince, that there was certain knowledge that Moses or Moshe and the priest had that all the people didn't have. Just like when you go to second Esdras, and you see that he talking about these men who went into the wilderness and they fasted and they were going through this consecration. And through that consecration, there was knowledge that was given to them. That not only, he said that these certain amount of books was for the public, but then there was these other books that was only for wise men. It was not to be exposed to everybody. So I believe when you look at the knowledge of life and the knowledge of good and evil, that knowledge of good and evil was certain knowledge or esoteric understanding that man was not supposed to be exposed to. And therefore he prohibited him from the tree of life, because for him to be eternal with that knowledge, it literally said he will become as us. So there were certain things, even though Adam was in that Elohistic state, that Yahtistic state, we can extract that there was still certain things that he didn't know or he was not exposed to. So that's my understanding of it. And as far as what the fruit was, I believe it was knowledge, but some people say symbology, they was given what? Those garments that was supposed to be fig trees or fig leaves. Some people would equate that the very thing that they ate was figs itself. Seeing that tree in that area, there was a lot of fig trees in that area during that time. So that's my understanding.
Right. And also the fruit also, can be symbolic to, let's say, a stimulant.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? A stimulant to transport to different dimensions of reality. And the reason why I'm saying that, because we can see the degeneration of it, because you'll see many societies, even Israel included. Archaeologists, if DJ Genesis can do it real fast, could you real fast, DJ Genesis, go to your Google and type up cannabis found on Israelite altars? Could you do that real fast? Because I'm showing that fruit was a stimulant, whatever stimulant it was, whether it was eaten, ingested by smoke, food, idea, this is the first spark of external stimulation to cause the people to excel to certain dimensions. Many of the natives of Mexico and other areas smoke what's called poladi, which causes the mind to transcend. You have even in the Ifa and other West African traditions, they deal with a lot of certain senses and smoke. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yes.
when you go in the Buddhist temples, you see these incense, this smoke. When you go through the scripture, when Yahweh revealed himself to us, you always seen this smoke of darkness. So now I'm saying, could DJ Genesis, could you pull up and show on the screen Israelite? Could you read this article where it says ancient Israelites used cannabis as temple altars, offerings, steady finds? Could you read that real quick?
Analysis of altar residue shows the worshippers burned pot at a Judahite desert shrine and may have done the same at the first temple of Jerusalem.
Could you scroll up? Because I'm pretty sure they should have a picture of the altars and all that where they actually found this stuff. You got to actually go to like do you see it? Is that it?
There was picture. Let me show you.
No, just go to another one because it don't matter which one you hit because it's actual archaeological facts. They should have like a nice article and showing the pictures of the altar.
That's one.
Like go to your Google. No, don't see. No, go to all where it says all. Hit all. That's next to images. Hit that because if you go, yeah. So these are right here. These are the actual altars that they found. That's it right there. That they actually found roughly around the 5th century BCE, where they found cannabis that these Levitical priests were dealing with. They were burning cannabis on the altars. So, and because they found THC there. So my thing is, we may even see the Levitical priests even engaging in this stimulant that is tracing back to this fruit, right? So that's, and again, I'm not saying the fruit itself.
Isn't cannabis like a herb? I don't think it's a fruit.
No, that's herbs are considered in the Hebrew culture fruit.
They are.
Yeah.
When you go to Genesis 29, you'll see it mentioned along with it. Yeah. So like
Yeah.
Genesis
And
1
also in our culture, herbs, vegetables, all that's considered fruit. Just like a tomato is a fruit. Huh?
Vegetation. More
Yeah.
scientific term, vegetation.
All of it is considered that's in the same bracket. So I'm not saying that the fruit itself was something they smoked. What I'm saying that the fruit was a stimulant, which caused, like the brother was saying, we have become as gods from certain instinctive will to the will now to be so-called as gods. So I'm saying in many cultures, they used a similar stimulant.
So let me
Like
give
you
you
go
an
to
example. So let me give you an example. Okay. So, well, being a practitioner of Ifa, one thing I've learned is through examining other cultures is that each culture has their specific specialty. So Hawaiians use their specialty is huna, so they know how to take it's almost like a Reiki practice where they know how to use the energy within their hands and heal people with their hands, and that's similar to the San people. If you go into South Africa, they have a similar practice. They're able to do Reiki, like a Reiki like healing, and the San people also ended up in China. So that's kind of, and I think they're saying that the Asians what I'm saying, came from the sand people. They're like a mixture of sand people and so then you go into South America and you have you have different tribes. You have the Andes Mountains in Peru, which is like the ones they have the shamans that actually know how to utilize what you would call the heights. What's it called? The heights of the mountains to
Mhm.
then go into a state. So they know how to heal themselves and also go into this deep meditative state and use altitude, right, to reach higher states of consciousness. Then you go into Ecuador and they use this thing called ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And then and all
Yeah.
and so yeah, so and then you also have the Native Americans and they use peyote. So there might have been some kind of a plant that was in that a region that probably had, because I know I think it's in Ghana, or I'm not sure where, but they have ibogaine in parts of Africa, which is like a hallucinogen that's very, very strong that you go through, that the shamans had to go through. Which, so they have different. So there might have been something like an ibogaine or like a, you
And
know,
we also use hyssop as well.
hyssop. Is that a
Yeah.
plant? Is that a fruit?
So that's a plant. You'll see King David mentions it. He said, wash me thoroughly with hyssop. And it is part of a ritualistic practice. You'll see the Kohanim or the priest in the temple. They would actually use the hyssop branch to actually use it to wipe on the altar. So it would be part of the altar-realistic sacrifices and offerings when we was giving up to the Most High. Along when we was in Egypt, when we used the blood, we used hyssop branches to wipe it on the doorpost. You'll see the same practice in Jamaica today. The same exact practice in Jamaica today. They still do the hyssop branch and the blood of lambs and put it over their doorpost.
Wow. Hyssop is a hallucinogen?
It could depend on the region. It's stronger in other areas than in other areas, but it can or as a aphrodisiac.
You know, in Egypt, I think it's called the lotus, the blue lotus, or
The
the
lotus flower. Yeah.
that gets you high too. I heard it gets people high. Or whatever.
Hyssop, the people in Kemet dealt with that too.
Yep. And blue lotus flower. We use blue lotus flower and hyssop.
The lotus flower and the lily and the lily flower.
And we use.
You could get high off a lily flower.
It has to have a combination of something else, because when you look at the Levitical tabernacles along with the altars, there was a combination of incense and things that we use the cause ecstasy, so to say. So we use cannabis. The Hebrew word cannabis. What's the Hebrew word for cannabis that's inside that verse of Leviticus? Do you know that, joint, Mikael? I don't know about heart
Not
right
off
now.
the top of my head.
So
I do know.
Yeah. I was saying that it's different. It's like when you see them, they burn frankincense, myrrh, cannabis, hemp. They have all these elements that causes that type of smoke for the Levitical priest to go into a state of ecstasy and communication with Yahweh Israel. What I was saying was, but what?
Burning nothing but frankincense, myrrh, and all kind of
Right.
different stuff this whole time we've been doing this interview.
Right.
I've been burning all types of stuff.
And when you get it in its purest form, it do cause like a stimulant. It causes a stimulant. So what I was saying was that fruit to me was symbolic to the birth of a stimulation, so to say, because remember it said, they shall become as Elohim, knowing good. They put their good and evil, but the correct translation would be good from evil, because there's no wa there. It should be good from evil, because the intent, like somebody can come and act like they got good intentions for you. I'm just speaking figuratively, but it's an evil end. So you know how they got the tree of life, and then you got the knowledge of good and evil. It should be translated the knowledge of good from evil. And that was the fruit that was taken. Because a lot of times we may think something good for us, but in the end result, it's a bad thing. So that first fruit was like a stimulant. And then later on, we see that fall, and then we see us trying to climb back. And I'm speaking on a humanitarian sense now. We're trying to climb back. So you got all these different coaches because of environmental adaptation. They're trying to reach this nirvana state, as they would say in Hinduism. This state, so there's different meditations, there's emptying yourself, there's dealing with, these smoke, like right now, you got burning DJ Genesis in your house. There's a stimulation that's taking place. I got burning in my house, the Rufe got burning in his house, etc., etc. The point that I'm saying is that was deep what you said, Rofe, about the trees being doctrine or some type of consciousness. The consciousness of eating or ingesting this stimulant, this placebo.
Yes.
So right? So that's this. I love, this was one of the best interviews. And the reason why I say this is one of the best interviews, because now we're getting down to the nitty gritty about our health. Could you explain to the family, Rofe, what is the how important is it to be in a community of like minds? Like when you went to Dimona, you seen everybody with like minds, whether we talk about eating the same, the clothes, just everything. Could you explain that? And also, could you explain cult-like behavior? Because a lot of people will say, well, that's a cult. You know what I'm saying? Because when in fact, we know better than that. Could you explain them two things? And
Honey,
DJ
everything
Genesis,
is a cult. Everything is a cult. Come on now. All this stuff is cult.
yeah, because the root word for cult is cultus, which is a Greco-Latin word that means culture. The word cult is the root word for culture. But they won't tell you that in school. They won't tell you that. But go ahead, Rofe. I want to hear, what is the importance of one's health from a communalistic perspective? Because in the West, everything is individual. And I think even though a person may heal themselves from whether they go to the hospital or whatever, I feel as though they still die faster because they might not be in the community setting where everybody is on this health thing. Could you explain that?
So I'm gonna give you an example. If you ever heard of the Blue Zone communities, these are communities outside of Dimona where, because these people agree on doctrine, they agree on everything dealing with health, community rules and structures, you'll actually see that they're having people that's living over 100 years old now. These communities are in Greece, South America. I think it's one in California as well, in certain parts of Europe, where these people, for the most part, I think they're maybe like 85 to 90% plant-based, and 10% they'll consume certain things like eggs and certain meats. But they also include fasting in their community, like dry fasting. So you're starting to see, based upon this agreement, based upon this doctrine, based upon going in the same oneness of consciousness, right? It said, Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Understanding that everything must be in oneness for it to functionally work. When a man cleaves unto his wife, they become one. When you're in that oneness with people, or that environment, inverno means to surround, things that surround you. Ment means to influence. So the things around you influence you. And it also gives all that we talk about frequencies, vibrations, and also it also releases certain stimulated hormonal chemicals like dopamine, especially when love is in the environment, or if you're in a stress-filled environment, you release adrenaline and cortisol, because now you're in a fight or flight stage rather than using your sympathetic your parasympathetic sphere of your mind. Now you're using your sympathetic because you're constantly in fight or flight. So it's important to be around like minds, because those are the people who you have that kinetic connection with that helps with your growth and development. Or the likewise, when you're around people who are opposite of your mind, it's a harder fight to be who you're called to be. I'll give you an example. When I wanted to really transition vegan, I was around people who didn't eat like I wanted to eat, to keep it short. And I would find myself struggling. I would find myself possibly wanting to compromise and eat how they want to eat. I'll find myself just in this constant battle, even questioning myself if I'm doing the right thing. But then I got around a plant-based community of farmers, and they would feed us plant-based food. And I realized, being in that environment, those same thoughts I had in that different environment, I didn't have here. I was more motivated to eat plant-based. I felt a lot more love and peace and harmony in that environment, because now I'm around like-minded people that not only educated me, but they were there to hold my hand and walk with me on a journey of holistic health. So I believe environment plays a major role in the growth, development, and influence of one's reality, perspective, and health. Now I'm getting to dealing with a cult. Just like the word conspiracy, a lot of times they'll use this political terminologies to cause you to either look at something in a negative light when there's really truth and concrete evidence behind it, or they're using you to deter you from actually going to them and them keeping you programmed in what is really called in the political term occultic in an evil form. But when you look at a cult or a cultivation or a culture is there to actually help build your personality, help build your character, help actually develop and cultivate your prophetic purpose on this earth, so that when you're ready to integrate into the societal norms of your community, you can now you have a common unity of growth and developing that community for the future of your children's children. So when you look at what a culture or a cultivated environment is, there's nothing wrong with it. But the political term of why they use it in that nature, no different than conspiracy, is they want you to steer you away from the actual truth and the evidential evidence that God is there and that this culture is there to develop a people who they've been oppressing, depressing, and suppressing. So in the nature of a cult or a culture or a cultivating environment, there's necessarily nothing wrong with it. In essence, if we're going to label such as that, now would I use the terminology? No. But if we're going to label such as that, as the citizen said, then that means everything has to be labeled as an occult.
Basically, pretty much everything is a cult. If you
I wouldn't use the term, because how they put it out there or they politically use it is to degrade and bring darkness in it. But if we're going to go by its purest definition or the root definition, parent root of it, then everything will have to be labeled as that.
Hip hop is a cult. That hell, people that you might like, people that follow Beyonce, you can say that's a cult. You know, the Bayhive.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, anything you do in a group like situation that develops its own way of talking, communicating, singing, worshiping, eating, everything is like it's kind of put into like that thing of a cult. You know what I'm saying? That you got developing your own subculture, cult, whatever. So I don't, you know.
Yeah.
As long as ain't nobody, it doesn't get. If you're not doing anything to kill or hurt anybody, like what I mean, people just get over it. You know, I don't.
I see you got your flag, Mikael.
Oh yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
see you got your flag. Let me see your joint. Okay, I see you got your joint.
Mm-hmm. I got two.
And I see you got the tribe of Judah flag. You got the national flag, and I see you got the tribal flag.
Yes, sir.
A little bit, like I seen it a little bit. Which one you got? You got Judah, Yehuda?
Yeah, I got Yehuda.
Which one?
Yehuda.
Okay, because you know we got all 12 of them.
Yeah, I seen them in person. I did it in New York.
So why don't I want to get into something real quick. I want to really get back into like this whole thing, because we really scratched the surface on some things. I know that you were doing your presentation. You're talking about the mind and how the mind can affect a person's. Because I kind of interrupted that because I wanted to clarify things when it comes to E5, but I really didn't want it to end the part where you're really talking about the mind. So there's actually these doctors that they were able to heal somebody. They had an actual ultrasound,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just saying it is done, it is done, it is done, it is done. And you saw that when they were saying this person had a tumor and it began to shrink.
Yes.
Did you see that video?
Yeah, I seen it. I actually seen it. Yep.
So
It looked over the documents.
yeah. So I also wanted to get into vibration, right?
Mm.
So when we talk about vibration, I wanted to show a video. Hold on, let me see that when I was talking about the whole vibration aspect of things, that how significant vibration is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How, but I gotta find it. Hold on. I spoke too soon. Wait. I think it was in my stories. It was a picture of it was an actual wait a minute. It was a car that was playing a bass, it was like this bass sound, and you could actually see the car
Vibration, yeah.
like and so that's why I wanted to like show how it like actual vibration can like change matter.
Yeah. Did you see the one with the plants?
No.
Yeah. They did a study where they plugged up these cores to a plant. And what they tested it on, they did it for 24 hours. In one room, they put what you call heavy metal music.
Mm.
And in the other one, they did natural music like violins, natural drums. And when the one you see with heavy metal music, within 24 hours, that plant died. Showing you that the frequency behind that music is death. But when they played natural music, like the flute, like the violin, like the drum, you actually literally see over time that this plant growing, which shows you, because you have something called a cerebellum that has vibratory memory. That's why we connect emotion or an event to music, because the vibration during that time reminds us of that special event. So when you based upon the music, it can either cause you to grow and develop, or it can cause you to literally die. Did you know? And when you go to Russian military, one of their forms of torture is heavy metal music.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of their.
That's true.
They know the energy behind music. They know
That's
the
a
energy
fact.
behind music. Just like when you listen to certain music, they're literally casting certain spells in it. If you listen to the music backwards, so they understand the vibe. Even when you look, Yehuda, what did Yehuda mean? It means praise. It means worship. It means singing. So they know that music has a powerful influence on the people. That's why they're pushing this death culture of killing dudes and sleeping with another man's wife and robbing your brother and sister, and it influences you. That's why they give games like Call of Duty that gives you the imagery warfare of this is how you should be in reality. And you got people they did a study on that literally use not Call of Duty, but Grand Theft Auto. They used this and brought that lifestyle to reality. So all these things from music and logos, imagery and symbols can influence the people to do good and evil. So yeah, when you're talking about vibration music, it plays a major role in either the growth and development of a person or the death and destruction.
I wanted to show you a car, it would fall apart. Like if he was playing that and driving, that car would fall apart.
Mm.
But that's an example of how powerful sound frequencies.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We should seeing that and then researching the influence of music even on plants. Because we already talked about this. Plants carry a frequency too. Like they tested the frequency of plants. And so that I think that's where we are in heavy agreement that dealing with this vibration or energy, it most definitely can have an effect on the human body and the psychosis of a person. There's a scripture that says, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? Which shows you that if we're using this terminology of frequency, we got to vibe on the same frequency for us to even walk together. I use the example all the time. When you look at 432 hertz versus 935 hertz, they're both decent hertz, good hertz. But once you bring them together, the frequency becomes unstable. And that's the same thing when it comes with people, with food. Everybody carries a certain vibratory energy. And if you're not in sync with one another, aligned with one another, y'all can really disrupt each other's path. That food can disrupt your rhythm within your body. That relationship can disrupt your energy. So now you're bringing that same corruptible energy to another person. You say we got to think about all that. Like you talk, everybody's energy, everybody's spirit. And if everybody's spirit, we got to understand there is different levels of spirit. There is.
And the understanding that sound creates shapes.
Oh yes, man. Yes, absolutely. Let me see if I can pull
So
it.
what if it's doing that if it's doing this to I want to I think I had some salt or whatever this guy is doing. Let me like show that while you're looking up what you're looking at, like that. Okay, so you imagine if it's doing this to salt. Imagine what it's doing in your body. Your body has what? And it has salt, it has water, it has all that. So you're listening to stuff. So he's playing different sounds.
Music that he called a Cladney plate on the frequency.
Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah, yes.
Well, we blew up a lot of speakers.
You know what I'm saying? They blew up a lot of speakers. You know what I'm saying? So so they're using these sounds, and these sounds are creating
with the Cladney plate.
I can't play. I'm not gonna play the thing. I just wanted to show how they're using these sounds, and it's creating this, right? So even in E5, right? They'll play drums, right? They have specific drums.
Yeah.
And those drums will cause us, because all this is salt, right? And he has it on the table. So like I said, if this is doing that to that salt, what do you think that certain sounds are doing to inside your body?
What?
I gotta go. DJ Genesis, can you finish the show? Because
I was gonna wrap it up after we like really get into this sound, because out of everything, the vibration of sound. So this
I gotta go.
Go ahead. This is what it's doing to the water. Look at how it's doing to the water. See that? That's what it's doing to the water. So if it's doing that to the water, what do you think it's doing to your body?
Right. That's why I want to show this video real quick, like 55 seconds.
Okay.
I want to show this video.
Attention, your battery is
really
full.
important. I mean, we're about to wrap things up pretty soon, but because I know it's been 4 hours.
You can see my screen? You can see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Now watch this.
Wow. I can't play the music. So this is they're playing certain sound music, and then that music is causing the water in that thing to make that certain wave type of thing.
So that just show you, like you was saying, that shows you exactly what frequency of sound does to you. And if we're 85 to 93% full of water, what do you think the sound of somebody's voice yelling does?
Yeah.
What do you think the sound of hardcore violent music does? What do you think the sound of somebody who's just not speaking life into you does? Or somebody speaking life into you does?
What do you think the sound of New York City does?
Or the city's downtowns, period. All that loud noise. Then you off your rhythm because you're not even properly waking up based upon the sun, rise of the sun, and going to sleep based upon the setting of the sun.
And then you think about this: birds have a certain sound frequency that they chirp in. Mm-hmm. Leaves have a certain sound frequency that they sound when they're ruffling.
Yeah.
Outside in nature is actually a really good place that you, from a sound, we need to start going outside more. We need to start listening to the natural sounds. And in the world, not so much of the artificial sounds
There
that we are generating amongst ourselves.
There we go. Yep.
You know?
Mhm.
And I think that when you and then you combine that when you are eating sounds, while when you're eating fruit, you're eating all
Yeah.
those things have a frequency. It has a sound
Yeah.
frequency, it has a vibration. So you're it. So you combine all that, what you listen to, what you hear. Because even me, I had to like take myself, because I love me some Bad Girls Club.
Mhm.
I love every once in a while I go into my lower self and I just want to watch people just whoop each other's ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about me that just wants to watch people just rip each other. I must got some testosterone that's built up. I don't know. I probably need to take some almonds or do something. So take some herbs that's gonna calm whatever that is down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some parasite within my body wants to see people rip each other's heads off.
Mm-hmm. It's all good. It's all good. I understand.
So as we wrap this show up, I really want you to sum up everything that we really have gone over when it comes down to how, because it's everything is connected. What we hear, what we see, what we ingest, everything that we do in life. So let's get into it.
So I'll end it with my quote that I have on my website. When you cultivate the right environment for your body will yield the right environment for balance. Remember, your body needs an external environment, whether that be sunlight, food, sitting out and breathing in the oxygen from the trees, or putting your feet in the soil, because you know putting your feet in actual natural soil actually releases chemicals that help with lowering levels of depression and anxiety, and it helps build your lymphatic system. When we actually get around people that circumferences us with love that releases dopamine, and people that are motivating and inspiring and moving in a frequency that's godlike, and then when we add the diet on top of it, when you yield the right environment for the body and all these elements, your body will then be able to yield the right balance for you. But that takes you to make the choice and believe that everything you surround yourself should be moving in God-like love. Everything must move, because you can look this up. The highest form of nutrients is love, literally. So if you move in everything of how you love God, how you love your people, how you love your spiritual system, how you love your food, how you love yourself, how you love your cells and love your body, you will yield homeostasis. Now, ending with that.
And all the body wants to do is be in homeostasis. I thank you so much, Mikael Ben Orr. Please, everyone, check out his website, theedenticexperience.org. Please check out his book. Please support him. It's called The Holistic Transition. You can only get that book, I think, on his website. Is it on Amazon at all?
Nope. All the funds come to me.
So you have to go to this website to purchase his book, and it's a really nicely, packaged book. It's beautiful, and I think that you can get a lot out of that. Please support this young brother, this author. Support him and his family and his movement that he's doing towards holistic health. Thank you, everybody who have joined us today and stayed with us for this 4-hour-long video. Please share, subscribe, okay? Subscribe, you guys, and also like and share. Make sure you hit all notifications. Thank you for joining. This is Alchemizing Energy, bringing darkness to light, and we're out.
Peace.
Alchemize your energy, darling. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright from darkness to light.